Fuel your car for a trip out of town, facilitate grocery shopping for a couple of days, or pay for 1 or 2 hospital visits. It doesn't sound like much, does it? Now let us show you what $153 can do for a cross-border woman trader recovering from COVID-19 inflicted economic shock in Elegu town.
It was a Friday evening when we were doing our saving. Then we started hearing messages turn. Then I said, wow, what's this? I started dancing.
Nayimukiramu nengenda kuduuka nengula ekidomolo kya butto nengula engano yange nengenda mu kibuga nenfuna akafo nenkola display yange kati nsiika ebindaazi nsiika sumbuusa nsiika n'ebirol eggs abantu bye balya akasente kannyamba era kankolera.
Elegu is a town at the border of Uganda and South Sudan. The livelihoods of women cross-border traders in Elegu town were devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the closure of borders and nationwide lockdowns, their trade suffered. The women lost their incomes and businesses. To help women cross-border traders bounce back from the economic shock and build resilience for the future, the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project was set up. The project is an initiative of financial sector Deepening Uganda in collaboration with Trademark East Africa, with support from 100 Weeks. This project provided unconditional cash transfers and business skilling training to support the recovery of women cross-border traders.
My child was being chased out of school. So when I received that money, part of it I sent it for his school fees. That was $150. And then the other 50 I added stock on my what? On my business in the bar.
Nakwata kwe mitwalo 10 n'isindikira omwana wa senior 5. Ninsigaza 10. 10 eryo ninsalako ningula eddagala lya mitwalo 7 ery'omu nnimiro. Ninsigaza emitwalo 3. Emitwalo 3 nintwalako omutwalo gumu ningukola saving. Wasigala 2. Kati eruuto ey'okubiri nintwalako emitwalo 3 ningulako empanga emu. Era ninjiyita saving. Nintwalako emitwalo 8 nimpeereza abaana bange bali wano ku school fees kusomero.
Sente zetwasooka okufuna nze nali nalongoosebwa. Zino ze baasindika zaasooka ze zanzijjayo mu eddwaliro kubanga baali bagenda kunsiibula nga nkya naye nga sirina nga sirina sente. Baazisindika lw'eggulu zaali $2,215. We naziraba nawulira essanyu ne ngamba zino sente ze zigenda okukola ki? Ze zigenda okunzijja mu ddwaliro.
Sene eni ta ano iya poko atero mukene gankwan mukene atere lu aneno nya iranyige ukelo iranyogi gutia dek chan ti or anyoka atara anyogi eni drogo chene eni sane anoni no tani 1200 atani ka atara anyogi eni roma tena nudugo bomoni mudongo ni no atika chamone eno tena eni tika drogo ira chen peki mit moni atwala ni gankwan eni no kumio ira kony mabe tena eni ni ukelo ira bebedo isani ino tani ga pay out tani afuru eni chamuti ori atika nenone umio ira twingi tani tuya yom.
I'm really happy.
This cash transfer that we got through FSDU is unconditional. There's no condition attached to it. It is free of charge.
These voices represent those of nearly 600 women who participated in the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project. Each woman received a total of 571,658 Uganda shillings, an equivalent of $153. The women interviewed invested the money they received in various kinds of initiatives, including trading or retailing, farming, food vending, paying school fees, and medical bills. The training they received helped them to better utilize the funds received. This project demonstrates the power of unconditional cash transfers in helping informal women cross-border traders recover from economic shocks, and build resilience for the future. A small investment makes a big difference in the lives of these women and their families.
Hiyo maisha ya truck driver kwa upande wa kwangu naona inanipeleka vizuri. Kama ninaenda safari, naendanga niking'ang'ana tu, akili yangu ikiwa nyumbani, nitafika lini, nirudi lini, nione familia. Nyuma kidogo hapo nilikuwa napata siku moja kwa mwezi moja. Sasa hivi naweza pata mara 3 ama mara 4 kwa mwezi.
Now we have skills on business, whereby most women are now coming up as entrepreneurs.
Every woman have a business. We are making money. We are empowered. We know our rights. We know what we can do. We know where we can pass.
I am grateful to iSoko because they've enabled me connect to the market. I've also benefited from their market product, looking mostly into their management tools.
A new era is dawning for Africa. And that is our vision as we turn to a new chapter.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's so lovely to see you. I will just encourage you, even before we start, for us that are occupying the back seats, please come to the front and let us start our program. I see a couple of people behind at the tables at the back. Please come occupy the seats in front. Our program is starting now, so would love to start with a bang, and that means all of us in one accord. So if you could just come to the front real quick, let's get started. Otherwise, you're welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Trade Review Conference 2025. From where I'm looking, I see a room filled with expectation, good conversation about really making sure that we set ourselves up for success for the environment of trade to thrive in Uganda. Now, every Ugandan believes that we do all we do first for God and then for our country. So would love to start with a word of prayer. Before that, I'll just introduce myself real quick. My name is Paula, and I get to be your host for the next 2 days. I am excited to be part of these conversations. I cannot wait to see the impact of these conversations. So ladies and gentlemen, will you just get up on your feet? Let's start this day by honoring the Lord. And to lead us in a word of prayer, I'll invite Praxida from Trademark Africa to come and just lead us in a word of prayer. And then we can honor our country as well by singing the national anthems.
Good morning. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Almighty, loving, living God, we thank you. We praise your name. We thank you for you have gathered here as a nation to discuss things that will discuss the nation. Father, we pray that you send forth your Holy Spirit to guide us, to give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that whatever we shall discuss shall be productive and positive to this nation. We thank you, we praise you, and we glorify your name. In Jesus' name we prayed.
Amen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we can take our seats, will you just join me while we honor Uganda for God and my country? I'll let the media team lead us in our anthems. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may have your seats. Once again, your fold growth strategy. I wish you could all stand where I'm standing so that you can see a room filled with people that love Uganda and are ready to have conversations in the right direction. So I would love to start our day. First of all, apologies for the late start. Nobody saw the rain coming. I was just intimating with the commissioner here that the Lord does what he wants. So still, we trust the Lord that it's going to be a good day, right? Right? Right, all right. So I'd love to start our day by inviting one of the people that has made today possible, a very key figure in the Ministry of Trade. Will you put your hands together and welcome with me to give our opening remarks, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause until she gets to the platform. You're welcome. You're welcome. I must say you look lovely, ma'am.
Thank you, Paula, for that warm welcome, and thank you all. The Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Your Excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions present here, Honorable Members of Parliament, we're expecting our committee to be here, the Country Director, Trademark Africa, senior government officials, business leaders, members of leading academic research and civil society organizations, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to begin by expressing my gratitude to each one of you for being here today. We have all gone through a terrible journey to this place because of the rains, but nonetheless, you have shown resilience and you have made it in time. We thank you for helping us embark on this critical journey to align our efforts in implementing the 4th National Development Plan and the 10-fold growth strategy towards realizing our Vision 2040. Special thanks goes to our development partners, Trademark Africa, who have enabled this trade review conference to take place. Thank you so much for your support. Today's Trade Review Conference presents an invaluable opportunity for us to reflect, strategize, and act decisively in cementing our role as leaders of the manufacturing program under the 4th National Development Plan. This is not only a platform to hear from the various stakeholders, but also to ignite a collective motivation toward achieving our shared goals. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware, the 10-fold growth strategy aims at building the size of our economy from the current GDP of US dollars 53 billion to US dollars 500 billion by the year 2040, representing a bold and ambitious roadmap aimed at propelling Uganda's economy to new heights. Central to this vision is industrialization, value addition, and export-led growth, areas that place the manufacturing program squarely at the center of national development, and the 10-fold growth strategy aligns seamlessly with the priorities of the NDP4, which focuses on these 4 key areas: agro-industrialization and light manufacturing, to commercialize agriculture and generate 20 billion US dollars in export earnings by 2040, tourism development, to increase arrivals and revenue, targeting 50 billion US dollars in annual earnings by 2040, mineral-based industrial development, including oil and gas, to create value-added exports worth $25 billion annually by 2040, and science and technology and innovation to commercialize research, foster ICT adoption, and support the creative industries. These priorities are not merely sectoral goals, they represent a unified pathway to structural transformation, trade expansion, and inclusive economic growth. Our challenge is to ensure that Uganda not only competes globally, but also thrives as a hub for regional and international trade. The manufacturing program that we lead serves as the bedrock of this agenda. With these objectives clearly aligned in the NDP4, our drive to develop secondary and tertiary manufacturing, enhance the adoption of technologies, support market access for manufactured goods, and strengthen the policy framework for industrialization gives us a unique responsibility. It also offers us an opportunity to demonstrate leadership, innovation, and commitment to transforming Uganda's economic landscape. With the right policies, investments, and partnerships, the manufacturing sector is poised to achieve its targets by the end of NDP4, driving Uganda closer to Vision 2040. The program aims to boost manufactured exports from 15% in 2021-2022 to 20% of total merchandise exports by financial year 28-29 and sustain this growth. It also seeks to increase manufacturing jobs share of total employment from 8.2% to 9.5% by financial year 2029-2030, while raising industrial production capacity utilization from 30% to 60% in the same period. These targets are just not aspirations. They are a strategic call to action, requiring our collective commitment to transform Uganda's industrial landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, to translate this vision into reality, we must strengthen these critical aspects. First, we must strengthen our collaboration. We need stronger interagency cooperation. We need to deepen our partnerships with the private sector, civil society, international partners to harness synergies and avoid duplication of efforts. Our next critical aspect is innovation. We need to embrace technology and adopt sustainable industrial practices to drive efficiency and competitiveness. This includes promoting digital transformation in trade and scaling up research and development through institutions like Uganda Industrial Research Institute. We must leverage tools like trade attaches in critical markets, improve certification processes through the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, and enhance export readiness through targeted programs. The other critical aspect is focused investments. We need to prioritize value addition facilities for rural industrialization to support the parish development model. We need to deploy resources effectively to increase industries and infrastructure in industrial parks, support SMEs, and facilitate trade negotiations. We need to push for adequate funding to implement trade agreements and protocols to secure Uganda's access to regional and international markets. Are we doing enough today? That's the key question we need to ask ourselves. If yes, let's applaud ourselves. If not, let us shelve outdated policies, inefficiencies, and complacency that hinder our economic potential and cultivate a trade dialogue that is proactive and not reactive, one that anticipates challenges and seizes opportunities. A robust and sustainable international presence is engineered by a robust and sustainable domestic action. Our deliberations today will, among others, inform the national trade policy, which is the lifeblood of our economy, the engine of our industries, and the foundation of our global standing. Emerging markets are redefining global supply chains, high-techs are disrupting traditional trade norms, and economic uncertainties are testing the resilience of all nations. If we do not act decisively, we shall be left behind. Shall we therefore opt for protectionism or consider strategic, fair, and forward-thinking trade policies? Ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate on our agenda, I call upon us all to consider a holistic, aggressive, and strategic approach to implementing the tenfold growth strategy, which will turn policies into action and investments into tangible results. This strategic meeting comes at a pivotal time, and we are also in the process of developing our strategic plans and also considering our ministerial policy statements in the Parliament. The ministry is the backbone of Uganda's economic transformation, and the work we have done and are doing and are going to do in future will set the foundation for achieving our collective vision. Let us seize this moment to ensure that our strategies are not only ambitious, but also actionable and impactful. Let us embrace this challenge with optimism, resilience, and determination. I firmly believe that together we can unlock the full potential of Uganda's trade and manufacturing sectors. Let us remember that our ultimate goal is not just economic growth, but also improvement of livelihoods for millions of Ugandans. In closing, I want to thank you once again for your dedication and commitment. Let today's discussions be a springboard for decisive action and impactful results. I look forward to learning from you all and working alongside you to make this vision a reality for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Lynette. We appreciate you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, she did mention Trademark Africa, and for this to be possible, there's an organization that has really put in the work. So allow me welcome the country director. Ladies and gentlemen, her CV, I do not even know where to start from, but she's an international development professional with demonstrated experience in international trade, private sector development, public sector reform and delivery, digital development, information technology sector regulation. I could go on and on. Please put your hands together while we welcome Country Director, Trademark Africa. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the warm welcome. Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Madam Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, heads of delegations represented here and our development partners, representatives of governments, ministries, departments and agencies, private sector representatives, civil society organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and thank you for braving the rain. It is a real pleasure to be part of this year's Trade Review Conference, an important opportunity to reflect on Uganda's trade journey, recognize the progress made, and engage in forward-looking dialogue on the future of trade and economic development. I would like to sincerely thank the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for convening this vital forum. Trademark Africa is proud to be a long-standing partner of the government of Uganda and the Ministry of Trade in advancing trade-led growth over the last 14 years. With support from development partners such as the Embassy of Denmark, which we have represented here in the room, the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, which is UK Aid, who are financing this forum. We have the Government of Netherlands, the European Union, and several others behind us. And we have worked hand in hand to address trade bottlenecks, strengthen institutions, and unlock Uganda's potential as a regional trade hub. We celebrate the remarkable progress we have achieved, from the operationalization of 7 one-stop border posts in Uganda alone. We have seen savings across the Northern Corridor of a reduction on average of 70% in the time taken to cross the one-stop border posts, a doubling of trade traffic, and an increase in the revenue collected. Through digitizing trade processes, such as the Uganda electronic single window, we have reduced the time it takes for the export processes to be approved by 32%, amounting to an annual savings for private sector businesses of about $25 million annually. And this is $25 million. These reforms have reduced the time and the cost of doing business and have deepened regional integration and positioned Uganda to tap into new market opportunities. Our current programming in Uganda is aligned to Trademark Africa's strategy, number 3, which is running from 2023 to 2030. And this builds on the achievements we have had from previous strategies, but is also responsive to emerging shifts. And we are therefore anchored our new strategy on 6 portfolios, the first being to enhance trade and the investment environment, the second being improved quality and value of traded goods, efficient digital systems, as the PS has highlighted, improved physical interconnectivity and linkages, greening trade, and then resilient trade and sustainable trade. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to say that the themes and the topics we're discussing during this conference are very much aligned to our strategy, and we're very excited to see what is coming next. Trade must not be exclusive. As the PS again stated in her remarks, it must be collaborative. So we will see here a cross-sector of different government agencies coming together towards our trade goals. We will need to ensure that it benefits women entrepreneurs, youth-led enterprises, smallholder producers, informal traders, and must also be sustainable to reflect climate realities that we are all facing, for instance, this morning. That is why we are embedding gender equality, environmental sustainability, such as the market in Elegu, and digital innovation across our trade programs in Uganda. Together with our partners, we remain committed to working with the government to scale up impactful solutions. So from our recently freshly coined slogan, "Are we doing enough?" that again the PS has graced us with this morning, we look forward to the outcomes of the dialogue, guiding our collective efforts towards a more inclusive, sustainable, and competitive trade in Uganda. Thank you all, and great success for the next 2 days.
Thank you very much. I think she deserves another round of applause, right? Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for the official opening of this event, and it's going to be happening in just a few. For now, it's my pleasure to invite, you know those people you interact with and you're just thinking, what a humble person. It's my pleasure to invite a man who has conducted research for reputable institutions like the World Bank, International Food Policy Research Institute, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, and so many more. And while I thought his profile did not speak volumes at the national level, he has been a member of several sector committees, including Interinstitutional Trade Committee, the Private Sector Investment Survey by the Bank of Uganda, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and Uganda Investment Authority, the National Development 3 Plan Committee, which is why it makes him the perfect candidate to be our keynote speaker today. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, will you join me in welcoming Dr. Isaac Shinyekwa? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Very humble man, very knowledgeable. You're welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that sounds better. The Honorable Minister, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Permanent Secretary, all protocol observed. Thank you, Minister, for inviting me to put perspectives on a number of issues regarding this sector. And I don't take that lightly. I'm representing my boss, who's the executive director of the Economic Policy Research Center, a think tank that supports government in generating evidence for policy making. Yeah, to set the tone on what I'm going to share with us, I'm looking at the government concept that the Ministry of Trade performs its mandate within a government system and support from other sectors and other ministries. Secondly, like Oliver Twist, who had been given a bowl soap but wanted a little bit more, the ministry has done quite a lot, but there's more to do. That's what I want to set the tone of my conversation today. The ministry has made indeed a lot of contributions, and I will not go out into the nitty-gritty figures, but the ministry plays a very big role in terms of economic development, in terms of contribution to GDP. The PS gave us the numbers here. In terms of the contribution of the manufacturing sector, in terms of employment, the businesses that we are part of in this community, we have wholesalers, we have retailers, and others. The sector provides employment to a number of people at different levels. The sector generates between 25 and 30% of Uganda's total revenue. And I think this is something that we need to recognize. Actually, I was thinking through that there are two main ministries in Uganda that produce. That's the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Agriculture. Others consume, others provide services. But in terms of real production, it is these two ministries. And therefore, this is a very, very important ministry, a very important sector. I'll move on to look at the contribution that the sector had on NDP3. But there's a caveat. You all know that NDP3, at the mid-level evaluation, we realized that because of COVID and related challenges, we did not achieve quite a lot. So the ministry is coming from a background where already we had some bit of challenges, and therefore that should be understood. You remember the value chain problems in terms of COVID, non-movement of goods and services, and therefore a break in the global value chains. So that is where the ministry is coming from. But I think manufactured exports as a percentage of total exports are on path. High technology exports, in terms of manufactured exports, have faced quite a lot of challenges. By mid-term, we're not really achieving what we wanted, but due to the resilience within our economy, we are on path. And also remember during that time, the ministry did quite a lot in import substituting in areas where we needed to survive at the time when the COVID was at a height. And in terms of services, of course, this is the Ministry of Tourism, but services are part of what we do in trade. And the contribution of ICT to our GDP, all the things, actually that one was achieving its indicators as set out in the NDP3. And that is in terms of objective number 1, which is of the NDP3, enhancing value addition in key growth sectors. So we have done something, but we need to do more. In terms of objective number 2, strengthen private sector capacity to drive growth and create jobs. Here we are talking about foreign investment coming into the country. I think here we have achieved quite a lot as a sector where we set our targets when we were starting at 16.35, but we were close to 20, which is quite a growth in terms of foreign direct investment. There's also growth, although it's stagnated in terms of our exports, okay, as a percentage of GDP. Of course, we all know that we had a lot of problems around that area, that time, but we also made some good achievements. Now, in terms of objective number 3 and number 4, we may not get direct indicators to perhaps look at, but in terms of objective number 5, mainly the tax GDP ratio. I know we have had challenges in this area, but I think as a ministry, we have achieved something that's worth recognizing. When the PS was addressing, she did mention something about agro-industrialization. A number of projects were put in place for agro-industrialization within this sector, and there were quite a lot of smaller integrity issues of developing, for example, the tea value chain. For example, the cotton textile industry, tractor assembly within Uganda, regional agricultural processing marketing, like in cassava, meat, grains, dairy, potatoes, and others. We have seen some level of success, but we still need to do more. In terms of tourists, and I'll not go into the details because this is really detailed. In terms of tourism as a service, there were four core projects, and only 2 were behind schedule. Others were undergoing feasibility. So I think we had challenges there in terms of investing in that particular area. In terms of mineral development, I think we have heard from time to time what's going on in terms of our pipeline. We are all aware of what's going on in that particular area. And then in terms of manufacturing, we have our Kira motors that we are all aware about. I think they have launched the project. Industrial parks. We have had some level of success of the 26 industrial parks that we would like to put into place and service them. But I think more needs to be, like when you go to an industrial park, it should be an industrial park. I was watching one time a video about what the Ethiopians have done. They build the place and allocate different sectors within that industrial park. And you just come like a tenant with everything in the house, and then you just start operating. Here we have some lands, some plots, and some areas that are not yet serviced. But we are on the path to achieving what we want. In terms of private sector development, there have been areas, in 2 major areas, on micro, small, and medium enterprises, competitiveness. We still have a little bit of challenges here and there, but I think we have made some milestones. And then the second one is capitalization of strategic public corporations. That's UDB, UDC, and UNOC. In the papers yesterday, there was talk of some money that's going to UDB. And I think these are some of the great successes that the ministry has had. Now, like I said at the beginning, within the government system, the Ministry of Trade or the sector has contributed to the program areas, and there's some level of mileage, but still we need to do more. Okay, I'll move very fast. I'm being signaled. In terms of the tenfold growth, which we all know that we would want to achieve, The PS made mention of quite a number of things. I'll leave that out. But I would like to talk about a few things that we need to do from the perspective of manufacturers. Number one, we need to facilitate the process of credit access to small farmers at affordable prices. We need to implement the warehouse receipt system to help in sensitization, education, financing, transportation, aggregation, storage, and any standards if we are going to achieve some of our goals for the tenfold growth within those sectors. Then we need to look at production and productivity, which is a preserve of the Ministry of Agriculture. Something has to be done in that area. We also need to think about effective enforcement and implementation of rules and regulations to support exports as an area. The issue of micro irrigation needs to be thought through very carefully. Mainstreaming of climate change interventions is also very, very important. So, there are what I've called the high 9 imperatives that can catapult Uganda into the growth that we are looking at. 1, promotion of investments into primary industries. 2, robust mineral beneficiation strategy. 3, robust capacity development at UNBSC for compliance purposes to make sure that, for example, I'll just give a very simple example. When manufacturers pay their money for certification of their products, and then the money goes to the consolidated fund, and then it has to be requisitioned from there, and then the process becomes longer, it's really a problem for service delivery. Then regarding the implementation of the Trade Competition Act, I know that act was passed, but some of us still think that instead of an ad hoc committee, there should be something more substantive for implementation. And that's our suggestion. We need to deal with counterfeit and adulteration aspects, the law plus implementation. Digitization and reduction of cash economy is what we need to do to reduce informality, which is a big problem. The low manufacturing capacity right now, factories produce at 54%, 54%. We need to increase that. We also need to do some bit of reforms on our taxes. And the main reform is this, to create certainty. If they are going to be changing every year, there should be some time, a little bit of time for those tax reforms to be conducted on some taxes, so that there's certainty on investments. Having said that, I'm also supposed to say something slightly on the opportunities that we have under FCTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Just 3 or 4 statistics. We export to the rest of Africa, apart from COMESA and East Africa, only 2%. And I think that's an opportunity for us. Only 2% of our exports go to the rest of Africa, aside COMESA and East African community. And we have a range of products, including coffee, tea, sugar, cement, maize, tobacco, steel, palm oil, vegetable oil, animal oils, soap, milk, etc. There are a number of products, and this is from a work that we did at the Economic Policy Research Center, identifying products. Moderator, I would like to go to the very last of my presentation very quickly to mention the challenges and then what are the possible solutions. At the FCTA level, we are doing 61% of our capacity to export to the FCTA. How do we harness the 39%? When we have supply side constraints, we have issues regarding quality standards, we have issues regarding information, market information, we have issues regarding informality, logistics, infrastructure inadequacies, as well as sticky non-tariff barriers. 1, issues of transport. We need to make sure that the transport costs for our importers and exporters are not 40% of their costs, overall cost of doing business. We need to have multimodal systems on Lake Victoria, the train, the roads, and the railway, to be able to manage this, because transport remains a problem. I think we all came late here because of issues related to transport. Logistics remain a very big problem in terms of the ability to take goods to the coast. It's more costly to export your goods, to take your goods from Kampala to Mombasa than from Mombasa, say, to Europe. Those are issues to think about. We need to carry out innovation to be able to manage these things. On standards and quality of products, I will not emphasize. We all know what we need to do. NBS is doing quite a lot, but I think this is an area, the area of non-tariff barriers, especially within our region, where there are unilateral declarations by our sister states. I think we need to have a strong appellate body at the ESC level and a more punitive action against those who simply wake up one day and say, "Oh, not bring your goods to our country." We need to consider all that. There are issues regarding conflicts. Now we are not talking about Sudan. We need to continue our role as a country that has stabilized the region, to get engaged with our neighbors, to make sure that we can export and that those conflicts can go down. Business and market information must be at the center of what we do. Supply side constraints, these ones need to be addressed in both agriculture and industry to be able to manage. Something that we several times look down on, which we need to look at, is language. We don't know some of the languages, especially French, to be able to penetrate the DRC. And I will finish with this, moderator. Trade finance remains a very big issue. De-risking exports is what we need to do. We have the parish development mode, which is reaching out to the village level, but we need to put together an institution or a directorate or a department within the government that will do export credit and insurance guarantee schemes, so that our exporters will go without fearing, because there is post and pre-shipment needs for funds. And the current rates in commercial banks cannot make them do business. Thank you very much for listening. May God bless you, and God bless Uganda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shinyekwa. I think 2% is such a low, yeah, but that's why we are here, right? To make sure that that changes. I am very hopeful. All right, we're getting into that time. We are just about to officially get into the opening of the Trade Review Conference 2025. But to invite the man that will usher us into that is a man who has diligently served as the Chief of Defense Forces before. That's the highest position in Uganda's military. Served from June 2021 until March 2024, really, and now has the honor of serving as the Minister of State for Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to stand up for this one and join me in welcoming. Put your hands together. Yes, let's honor him. Let's stand up and welcome Honorable General Wilson Mbadi Mbasu, the State Minister for Trade. You're welcome, sir. And this invite is for you to give your remarks, but also to officially invite the Honorable Minister of Trade. So you're welcome.
Thank you. Our moderator, our what? I was not here when you started. I don't know what they called you, so forgive me. The Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, members of the diplomatic corps. I don't know whether they are already here. I can see some here. Senior government officials who are here, captains of the private sector, the academia, like the one who has just moved away from here, the civil society, the media fraternity, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My names are Jen Ombadi. I am, like she has said, the Minister of State in charge of trade. I therefore want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this trade review conference. I know you have already been welcomed, but I'm just adding my voice to welcome you all. And I want to commend the Trademark Africa and all the others involved, like the development partners, for the support they have extended towards the organization of this conference. Because stakeholder engagement is very pivotal in forging pathways for the future of trade in Uganda and beyond. The theme towards trade competitiveness for achieving the tenfold growth is quite appropriate for this conference, because the tenfold growth strategy aims at transitioning Uganda from the current US dollars 59 billion to 500 billion by 2040. And we strongly believe that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives has got a critical role to play towards the achievement of this strategy. The discussions we will have in these 2 days, therefore, must create a shared understanding of what needs to be done to address the challenges in order to drive Uganda's trade to higher levels and participate effectively in this tenfold growth strategy. Today, we are faced with more trade opportunities than ever before, and these trade opportunities manifest themselves into the various regional blocks, such as the East African Community, COMESA, the AFCTA, where Uganda has entered trade agreements. And these regional blocks aim at creating a single market for goods and services across the African countries by eliminating what the previous speaker called sticky tariffs and other barriers to trade. As a country, generally, and the ministry specifically, we have undertaken policy reforms to embrace these trade agreements by reducing trade barriers, harmonizing customs procedures, and simplifying trade regulations. These reforms are designed to create a more conducive environment for cross-border trade, both within East Africa, on the continent, and even globally. Ladies and gentlemen, deliberate focus has also been placed on industrialization and value addition of raw materials. By processing goods locally before export, Uganda can increase the value of its exports, making them more competitive in regional and international markets. While Uganda has made significant strides, challenges such as non-tariff barriers, infrastructure gaps, and limited access to markets for smaller businesses remain obstacles to expanding intra-Africa trade. Additionally, political instability and issues related to border controls can still disrupt trade flows in the region. The previous speaker mentioned this. Obviously, this is supposed to have come before this speaker, but because of conditions beyond our control, this is what has happened. And so we must address the challenges to take advantage of Uganda's strategic location at the center of Africa with the potential to become a logistics hub. We recognize that efficient transportation networks, digital platforms, and streamlined customs procedures are vital to ensuring our goods can reach the global market quickly and effectively. It is important to also acknowledge the challenges we face in realizing the full potential of Uganda's trade opportunities and competitiveness. And without a full understanding of our challenges, we cannot prescribe the right remedies to address them. I therefore call upon all participants to be candid in the discussions, as this will assist the ministry to devise workable interventions to address the challenges and the shortcomings and turn them into opportunities. The ministry is aware of the importance of sustainability in trade practices, and as the world continues to develop, the trade practices of tomorrow must be sustainable, inclusive, and environmentally responsible. In this regard, we will prioritize green trade initiatives, ensuring that Uganda's natural resources are utilized in ways that protect our environment while contributing to economic growth. Furthermore, we must foster a culture of innovation in trade. The rise of digital technologies and e-commerce opens up vast new markets for Ugandan products and services. We will continue to support policies that enable the growth of a digital economy and the adoption of technological advancements in the trade sector. I urge every one of us that the discussions and recommendations made during this conference must not remain as mere words on paper. The success in this event lies in our collective ability to turn these ideas into actionable outcomes. The government of Uganda is committed to working closely with all stakeholders, including the private sector partners, development partners, and regional bodies to ensure that the strategic goals we have outlined are realized. My ministry will prioritize the implementation of the key initiatives discussed, and we will also set up mechanisms for regular monitoring and evaluation to ensure that our efforts remain aligned to our long-term trade objectives. I call upon each one of you, public and private sector leaders, entrepreneurs, and citizens to work together in the spirit of unity and dedication to make Uganda a leader in trade, not just within Africa, but in the world stage. Together, we will turn the potential of today into the prosperity of tomorrow. With these remarks, it is now my singular honor to invite my senior minister, the Honorable Francis Mwebesa, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to come and address you and also officially open the conference. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, General Mbadi, for inviting me to open this conference. General Mbadi Wilson, the Minister of State for Trade at the Ministry, the Permanent Secretary, members of Parliament, but invited members of Parliament, if one is present, especially our committee, members of the diplomatic corps here present, country director, Trademark Africa, members of the private sector here present, academia, civil society, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this trade review conference. I thank you, our development partners, for the support they have given us in organizing this conference. This conference offers an opportunity to dialogue on strategies that will thrust Uganda into a new era of increased trade, economic resilience, and collectively owned wealth. This conference is quite timely to enable us critically assess the effectiveness of our current trade policies and agreements, ensuring that they are aligned with our vision for economic transformation. Secondly, we'll identify the key challenges impeding the progress of Ugandan businesses and discuss actionable solutions to overcome them. I may have to repeat this for the emphasis of why we are here. This will make us to identify the key challenges impeding the progress of Ugandan businesses and discuss the actionable solution that will progress. Thirdly, it is an occasion to explore our options for a new market opportunities and trade partnerships, which are essential to unlocking our country's full economic potential. Furthermore, we look forward to strengthen the partnerships and networks that will drive collaboration among all stakeholders, ensuring that we continue to work together toward a common goal for fostering Uganda's competitiveness in the global stage. The tenfold growth strategy, which constitutes our theme today, aims at growing Uganda's GDP from US $50 billion to US $500 billion by 2040. This is in line with Uganda's vision 2040 that outlines the country's long-term development strategy, aimed at transforming Uganda into an industrialized middle-income country by 2040. I believe that the trade plays a very critical role in contributing towards agro-processing, tourism, minerals, science, and best innovations. With ecosystem that ATMs that have been identified as priority areas to drive Uganda's transformation. Agro-processing enables the transformation of raw agricultural products into finished products, which not only enhances the value of the agricultural sector, but also creates jobs and promotes food security by focusing on agro-processing countries can. I may pause on this. What is industry in Uganda? The current policy, which has been going on, and the message being passed on by His Excellency the President, is value addition to agricultural products and mineral sources. Trade will depend on what we have industry will depend on what we have. Uganda, with its good climate and everything, we grow the best food, coffee, what. And these processes are going to be done here so that we add value to our products, as you have heard the President's message throughout his tour currently about value addition. So when we talk about industry, it can only be talking about the value chain of adding to our food, our good weather and country, and our agricultural products on which we add value, and that adding of value is the only industrial sector. It's the best industrial sector that we should give a hand under this meeting which we are having, the 10-fold growth strategy. We consider much agro-processing that enables transformation of raw agricultural products into finished goods, which not only enhances the value of the agricultural sector, but also creates jobs and promotes food security. By focusing on agro-processing, countries can. Tourism is a powerful engine for economic growth, particularly in countries rich in natural beauty, culture, and heritage, such as Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Mineral beneficiation is crucial for countries rich in natural resources like gold, copper, and diamonds. Instead of exporting raw minerals, beneficiation can transform these into an intermediate or final products, such as processed metals or jewelry that can be sold at a higher price. Through establishing a local beneficiation plants, countries can develop their industrial capacity, reduce their dependence on foreign manufacturing, and enhance their technological capabilities. Scientific innovation drives growth by fostering new technologies, improving productivity, and solving social challenges. Scientific innovations can improve agricultural yields, enhance industrial processes, and drive efficiency across sectors such as health, energy, and manufacturing. Again, I want to refer to our leader, the wise leadership, His Excellency, the President of Uganda. I've given these things in a short while on a speech written to me, but we should appreciate his effort in talking about value addition, mineral beneficiation, tourism, and finally, also employment of our people. I would think, on this note, let's give a clap to our President. These sectors are interlinked, and their combined impact can drive powerful economic transformation. Trade is undeniable, the cornerstone of the ATMs, as it provides an outlet for all the products that are produced by these sectors to reach the markets, making these sectors worthwhile for investment. Together, agro-processing, tourism, mineral transfer beneficiation, and scientific innovation represent pillars of the dynamic and diversified economy. Through targeted investment and strategies, planning these sectors can collectively push for a long term, inclusive of growth under the 10-fold growth strategy. Our journey towards achieving these ambitious goals is not without its challenges. We will have to navigate complex global trade dynamics and address these barriers that Ugandan businessmen face in both local and international markets. We must recognize and comprehend these obstacles with collective spirit of determination and innovation. We expect that by the end of this conference, we'll have a comprehensive understanding of Uganda's trade landscape, accompanied by practical recommendation for policy reforms and strategies to enhance us in trade performance. Our ministry is ready. Basically, this address is more to the private sector, who are the core of all what we are talking about. And we shall have to give guidance in regard to this to make sure that as I'm looking around here, see the members of the private sector, I may have asked the question that who is from the private sector, pure private sector, other than being from my ministry. And maybe I could ask, who are the people from the private sector who are present today? Our trade partners and our friend who has organized this conference actually should have talked to you only, and we are happy as we have been told to have organized this sort of thing. But this meeting is meant for you. And the private sector who have attended today, I really appreciate your presence here. And at our ministry, we are trying to strengthen the strength of the private sector. The strength of private sector. We are trying to put across, like any other country, we are going to put a chamber of commerce and industry. That's where you, the private sector, will be able to do all the things you are supposed to do to drive Uganda's economy. And at the meeting, at our ministry, which also includes cooperatives. Cooperatives are the backbone of this economy, and we as a government, we are also trying to put forward things which will drive this economy of Uganda to what we are talking about, what we have been helped by our partners of Trademark Africa. Want some more to help us in just what I've been talking about, promotion of the private sector to be purely to participate in economic development, and also I've just talked about the cooperatives. And sooner or later, please give us support. I hope, are they members of the cooperative society, cooperative alliance? Anyway, we are trying at our ministry as a driver of the private sector to make the cooperatives are the private sector. You have heard about PDM, which is in place. PDM is basically their cooperatives. And we are having in mind to set up a cooperative bank. But you people might not be concerned, or the private sector people who are here, but we want to put up a cooperative bank because our cooperators are the main people who drive this economy. In conclusion, the insights we'll gain from the panel discussions, networking sessions, and shared experiences will be invaluable as we continue to build a robust, inclusive, and sustainable trade ecosystem. I therefore urge each one of you to actively participate, engage with one another, to bring out unique perspectives to the discussion table without fear or favor. In conclusion, let me remind you that the trade sector is not only a driver for economic growth, but also a tool for social transformation. Trade fosters innovations, collaboration, which unlock new possibilities for Uganda businesses to strive for market expansion, leading to wealth creation for our people's prosperity. I look forward to discussions that will unfold over the next 2 days as And I am confident that together we'll make significant strides in advancing Uganda's trade agenda. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and declare this trade review conference officially opened.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We appreciate you. So I'm going to invite us to have a photo opportunity moment here, and every one of us is going to be involved. So, dear government officials, would love for you to take center stage. So for you to come and join Honorable Minister right here, yes. And then the rest of us will stand right behind them. So the quicker we do this, the better. If you just get up on your feet and let's have this opportunity. I'd invite the members of the media so we can make this as precise as we can. Yes, all of us are involved in this. So the people at the back, the smiles are dying. Private sector, oh yeah. Government officials, oh yeah. Uh-huh. Local government, oh yeah. Now we see the ones that have energy. Ministry of Trade, oh yeah. Hey. Okay. All right, so would love to have just the government officials before you move, dear ministers, just the government officials with the Trademark Africa, the British Council. If we could just stay. Government officials, Trademark Africa, Ministry of Trade, top officials as well. And for the rest of us, we can have our seats. That's it. Just one more. All right, next would love to have Trademark Africa and our ministers and Commissioner Mr. Cleopas. Please don't go anywhere. Please have your seat. So just the 6. Just take this away. All right, would love to continue with our program. So members of media, just give me a heads up when all is good. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking part in our photo opportunity moment. I think it's important that we write history. Today, history is being written that we in this room have been part of making sure that we set ourselves up for success, the future of the trade environment in Uganda. So I'd love to continue with our program, and I'll ask for the rest of us to take our seats. I know there's going to be a few media conversations here and there, and those will continue. But the rest of us in this room, if you can hear the sound of my voice and you are standing up, I'd request you to take your seats so that we can continue with our conversations on the Trade Review Conference 2025. And before we get into our next part of the conversation, really, I'd like to highlight a few people and just allow us to celebrate each other. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives that have put this together. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hard work. A round of applause for Trademark Africa. Thank you very, very much. Another round of applause for Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, which through Trademark Africa has sponsored this event. And they're the reasons why we are here, really. So thank you. I'd love for us to also recognize Uganda Manufacturers Association, UMA. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being in the room and also doing the work that you do. Uganda Development Corporation. Now, they have a representative. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and let's recognize them as well. And for this next group of people that I'm going to say, they normally go away unrecognized. So I'd like for us to, with a loud round of applause, recognize members of the media fraternity. Thank you very much. You do such a good job in documenting all of these things, and it really wouldn't be a success without you. So thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, the different representatives from local government, thank you very much for being in the room. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, the private sector, we appreciate you. All right, so we're getting into our next bit of the conversation. As we know, the third National Development Plan has been running and is coming to an end. But what you can't review, I don't know if you can tell whether it's been successful. So I would love to have a conversation on the role of trade in achieving NDP 3. And to moderate a very, very good and rich panel, help me invite a World Bank consultant in the Office of the Chief Economist, Africa Region. He's also an associate researcher at the Economic Policy Research Center, Makerere University, Center for Dynamic Macroeconomic Analysis, University of St. Andrews, and Center for Basic Research, Kampala, Uganda. He has research interest in economic growth and development, farm and household level behavior, public finance, corruption and governance. He has peer-reviewed publications in Development Policy Review, European Journal of Development Research, Journal of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, African Development Review, and South African Journal of Economics, among others. He holds a PhD in economics of University of St. Andrews, that's in the United Kingdom, and his CV goes on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Professor Ibrahim Mike Okumu. A round of applause while he gets onto the stage. He's going to be moderating and introducing to you a group of panelists that are going to be taking us through reflections of NDP 3. You're welcome.
Good morning once again. I will stand on the existing protocol. I would imagine that it's been exhaustive enough. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this insightful discussion on the role of trade in Uganda's third National Development Plan. My name is Ibrahim Mike Okumu. Once again, I am the Dean at the School of Economics at Makerere University, where I am a professor of economics, and it's my singular honor to engage in this particular discussion. Trade has long been recognized as a catalyst for economic transformation, structure change, and poverty reduction. And under the NDP 3, Uganda emphasized export promotion, value addition, regional integration, and participation in global trade networks as key pathways to achieving sustainable economic growth and job creation. However, as we move through the implementation cycle and the eventual closure of NDP 3, critical questions arise. To what extent has trade contributed to the realization of the NDP 3 goals? What are the challenges and opportunities in leveraging trade for national development? What strategic interventions should be prioritized as we transition to NDP 4? To help us unpack these critical questions, allow me introduce and consequently invite the panelists for this particular engagement. With us is Ms. Jane Nalunga, a leading advocate on trade and development with expertise in fair trade and policy negotiation. But most substantively, she is the director of CIATIN Uganda. Madam Jane, please. The second panelist that we have is Lino Creole Ichila, who is the Secretary General, Uganda Clearing Industry and Forwarding Association. He's the co-chairman, National Trade Facilitation Committee, and also he's part of the African Continental Free Trade Area Penalties for Conflict Resolution Mechanism representing Uganda. You're welcome, sir. The other panelist is Mr. Othieno. Mr. Othieno is a senior planner at the National Planning Authority, and his area of work is, strictly speaking, within the space of tourism and trade. Mr. Othieno, you're welcome, please. Thank you. And finally, is an economist with extensive experience in trade and industrial policy, but most substantively, he is a policy research and advocacy director at Uganda Manufacturers Association, Mr. Alan Senyondwa. You're welcome, please. So our modus operandi is going to be such that I'll flag to each one of the panelists a question wherein they will give us their perspective, and thereafter we'll have a Q&A with each one of you, after which each one of the panelists will have a 1 minute for purposes of closure. The first question will go to Alan. The NDP3 identifies trade as a key driver of economic growth. Based on your assessment, has Uganda made significant progress in expanding its trade potential under NDP3? What are the key achievements and gaps, and what are the takeaways? Thank you.
First and foremost, thank you very much, Dr. Kumo. And I want to also extend our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. It is our mother ministry, and therefore we are feeling at home. Professor Kumo, the questions that you have asked are indeed very important. And the first one is, have we really from our perspective, achieved at least something? Number one, we would like to say, yes, we have, given the circumstances we have been through. At the time of completing the scheduling of the NDP3, we were optimistic that barring any substantial issue, we would be on our way to substantial growth. Unfortunately, COVID happened, And therefore, a number of the issues that we are going to speak are dependent on that. So allow me to say, trade, substantial contribution to NDP3, yes. The manufactured exports at least increased and nearly touched the target of 19.8. At one point, we were exporting as a percentage of GDP 19.6. So we were not really very far as that particular target is concerned. The other target which we are looking at very closely was the merchandise export, which also increased, but again, may not have touched the said target of 16.5. So we were, barring what happened under COVID, at least something happened in that area. So those are the around the figures which concern us here in this area. Now, when it goes to regional trade, we saw that because of us tying the regional trade, the NDP3 and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, some of the issues we were supposed to deal with were the EAC integration. And one of the things that we were trying to do is reduce the NTB, non-tariff barriers. We have gone a long way, but some are still persistent, especially as the keynote speaker touched the issue of the one-way imposition of tariff barriers, which someone wakes up and imposes and you don't know what to do. As we speak right now, we're dealing with the issue of milk being exported just to a neighbor like Kenya, and there we are seeing that we are unable to export some of these very important things like milk and eggs. Allow me to quickly also run to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which we touched on when we were developing the NDP3. And in East Africa, Professor, in East Africa, Uganda was supposed to be the biggest beneficiary. And what we are seeing is we are lagging behind when it comes to that. So again, as part of the trade at that level, we are not really moving. So you asked the other question of what are the challenges? So when it comes to challenges, we as Ugandans must understand. The definition of trade is basically the exchange of goods and services. So first and foremost, you have to produce something in order to exchange it. Otherwise, it ceases to be trade. It becomes either importation or exportation. But once you talk trade, then you must be able to exchange both ways. And what we are seeing in Uganda is we are not really focusing on production. So our recommendation is, as our mother ministry, as government, our target should go back to what's now in NDP4, focus on agro-industrialization, focus on mineral beneficiation, and what we are requesting is, as the private sector touches the secondary industries, can government support at the primary industry level? We need, because these are huge investments, we need you there. The other issue that we're dealing with is organization. We are not organizing well when it comes to production, distribution, which is logistics, which my brother Lino will speak about, and the area of marketing. So I only touch production. Professor, we have a challenge in this country. We have left everything to the private sector to do. Now the private sector targets profits. I'll just give an example, then I will stop. This is what we are asking a farmer to do, a P2 dropout. We are asking a P2 dropout to do the following. Please go to Container Village, look for the best seeds. After you have done that, please make sure you target the rains as they have just come now. Please don't forget to go back to Container Village and buy the best acaricides, the best pesticides. And when you're finished, please weed. Then don't forget to harvest on time. And don't forget to do post-harvest handling. Now here comes the cracker. Thank you for doing everything. Now can you go to the market and sell your hard-earned maize? And don't forget, we're using market forces, so we are all harvesting at the same time. And the maize, instead of it being at 1,200 as in what the consumers are buying, no, you'll sell it at 400 shillings. Come on, that's not how agroeconomics works. We need to organize our people. We need to organize for production. We need to organize for agro-processing. We need to organize at the area of input aggregation and at the area of export aggregation. So I could go on and on, but when it comes to trade, first and foremost, we need to produce. And Uganda has not been good at using its natural resources for the area of production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alan. What comes out of that precisely is that the prevalence of market failures at the primary production level, to the extent that we need deliberate government participation at that level so as we can scale up one, productivity, but most importantly, link the primary producer to the processor and perhaps onward value addition. The second question goes to Dr. Thieno Odoi. Regional integration has been a priority for Uganda, particularly through the East African Community and the African Continental Free Trade Area. What opportunities and challenges has Uganda faced in positioning itself effectively within these trade blocks? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumo, and the distinguished audience. Indeed, Uganda as a country prioritizes regional integration because regional integration brings in a wider area of cooperation ranging from trade, defense, transport, and the like. So given our position, others refer it as landlocked or land-linked, regional integration is very critical for us. In the area of trade, regional integration brings wider market size. And once you have wider market, and with our production here, we are able to export our products to this market. Now, integration also presents an opportunity in that there is proximity in terms of distance. If you are a trader, you are interested in how many times you are able to make turnover of your proceeds. And also, given that trade is becoming more complicated, especially at the global level, trade within the regional blocks presents more flexibility in terms of quality. The quality requirements are not very stringent, but that does not mean that we should relax, but at least it gives us room to improve and develop and improve on our products. Also, regional integration, also with regards to trade, you will find that you will need limited modification as far as your product is concerned, maybe in terms of packaging, labeling, and the like, because your products are already being traded within the region. However, as far as regional integration is concerned, we have had a number of challenges. As a country, we have not been able to put in enough investments for us to take advantage of the integration. Take, for example, in terms of infrastructure connectivity, until recently, we did not have a national airline. And airline is very critical for trade because much as in regional integration, we talk of other cooperation areas, but trade is the main key element. Also, in terms of challenges, our business community have had limited business contact for them to really exploit the opportunities within regional integration. Live for only, say, within the East African community. But now when we talk at the bigger continental integration, the African continental free trade areas, we have very limited business contact, and therefore we cannot adequately benefit. Our private sector, already mentioned, they are very weak in terms of organization, in terms of skills to navigate within the region. So this remains a big challenge for us. Another critical challenge for us as a country is the poor coordination among the key stakeholders, both public and private. You will find, for example, that there's very little coordination, say, between trade and agriculture, who is doing the production. Trade, who is going to negotiate market access, does not know how much agriculture is going to produce, so that they can be able to access that market. But also a number of initiatives are being brought in, but they are not well coordinated. For example, I don't know to what extent the presidential initiative on export and industrialization is coordinated to the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Agriculture, and Export Promotion Board, so that whatever is being done there is coordinated. Another challenge as far as regional integration is concerned is that we have limited market research into these markets. We may think the market is there because people need our products, but we need to know how they need our product and when they need them. Otherwise, if our products reach there when they're not necessary, then it will not add value. For example, our products export into DRC market was not informed by market research, but it was just induced that people from DRC needed our products. We did not have a clear marketing strategy, how to penetrate the market and sustain ourselves into the market. And finally, as I conclude, we have also not aggressively and adequately used our commercial diplomacy. We have not, to the best, utilized the right personnel. I don't know to what extent Ministry of Trade and Industry has a say on who is appointed a commercial attaché in any of our missions within or outside the regional integration. And yet, they are very critical. If they are commercial attaches, they should have enough background, either in trade or in commerce. But you'll find that because they are not well grounded or they don't have enough background in trade, trade is not a priority when they are there. They do it as a by the way. And in the end, we don't maximize a lot as far as trade is concerned within our regional trading blocks. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thieno. That was a mouthful. What I find coming out of that is that in terms of opportunities, the trading blocks, of course, give us market expansion. Then in terms of the challenges, what substantively comes through for me is the limited coordination across stakeholders, because for me, that feeds into the effectiveness and efficiency in service delivery, whether it is the commercial attaché in China, Beijing, so to speak, or the commercial attaché in Nairobi, for as long as the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Agriculture is not engaging with these respective stakeholders, then rigidities come through in service delivery. But most substantively, again, is what we've periodically spoken about, the weak business environment, and that speaks to the quality of infrastructure. And of course, you did mention the positive that came through with the launch of Uganda Airlines, that is taking the Ugandan flag global. And of course, the other important element that could be associated with the underexplored commercial diplomacy is the limited business networking across the African continent. And this we can even take to the global sphere as well. Thank you. The other question goes to Mr. Laino Achille. Sir, one of Uganda's persistent challenges is the trade imbalance. With imports consistently outweighing exports, how can Uganda strengthen its export sector and improve trade competitiveness? particularly in value-added goods? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and Honorable Minister, and the participants. Indeed, it is true that there's a big imbalance of trade. Like we notice in the logistics, we find so many trucks coming loaded, and almost 60% of them go back empty. So the key thing really is now to encourage import substitution. And I think the big base is two factors. One, in the manufacturing sector, we need to enhance our production capacities. And of course, this goes hand in hand with the incentives which the manufacturers are provided with, right from things like acquisition of land, the issues of taxation, and of course, issues like equipment and machinery associated with the taxation. This needs to be looked at seriously. The other aspect is agriculture. We have a big base of agriculture, but we find most of our products go as raw materials. So we really need to encourage value addition. And of course, this goes hand in hand also with commercial farming. In the main, we're having just aggregated agricultural production, and there's little value addition. So the emphasis should be now on value addition, and maybe cottage industries to help us add value to products. When the Warehouse System Authority operated or existed, I happened to be a board member, and there are certain things which were going on and which continue now under the ministry for value addition. The licensing of companies which can give us value addition on products. And of course also increase on the facilities like storage, especially cold storage. Is really very lacking in our country. So we need to put emphasis on this. And then the reduction of import can be balanced with more production, the local production. We have a big base of raw materials for production. All we needed to do is to expand our industries. And of course, we have the enablers, like the issue under trade. One of the key things of trade is facilitating trade. That's one of the key roles of the Ministry of Trade. And of course, the ministry has put certain things, like we talked of the National Trade Facilitation Committee, where I co-chair. And the key role of this committee really is to put enablers for the business community to do business. What needs to be placed. And there are certain parameters and some things which have been put in place. Because under that committee, we carry out activities. But of course, you also have sometimes obstacles to doing trade. So the ministry also put in place the National Monitoring Committee on Elimination of Non-Tariff Barriers. I also co-chair that committee. And the main thing we do there is to identify these obstacles to trade and then see how they are reporting. Systems have been developed to report these NTVs. And then, of course, ways of settling have been put in place. And this goes up to regional level, ESC and all the other regions, up to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So, of course, when we combine all these factors, and then the key thing is the collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. The private sector is the engine of production in this country, is the engine of economic growth. And when you have the logistics and transport industry, it's actually the umbilical cord for trading, because nothing can move without transport and logistics. So of course, we need also to improve on the logistics. We have obstacles there also. Like for instance, the high costs of trucks because of the taxes involved. We have a high cost of fuel. We have a problem of poor infrastructure. The roads, you go to Port Bell, the other time we launched a ship, but when you go around, you see even where do the trucks park if they start using these facilities. So we really need to improve on the infrastructure because all these factors go in hand hand in hand. They're interlinked. So that is also very critical. And of course, when we talk of the movement of our cargo, the issue of storage is very important, where we have also perishable goods, like we have a lot of flowers which we're exporting. And then we lack cargo planes. We need our own cargo planes to do direct flights of cargo. This really inhibits our export business, where you find perishable goods involved. So maybe the ministry, together Ministry of Works, needs to see how can we get a cargo plane which can go to Europe. There's a lot of market. Dubai, there's a lot of market, even in South Africa. And then, of course, we need to encourage really intra-African trade. Why we say this, that we should concentrate on export within the intra-African trade is there are a lot of conditions in Europe which sometimes we cannot meet to be able to export our goods to Europe. So it's preferable that we do more export within the EAC and reduce the imports from outside. I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lino. Of course, what comes through from your submission is the importance of incentives coined around tax policy, the importance of leveraging agro production and linking it to agro processing. But most importantly, what I found captivating is the need to start small, and to start small through leveraging cottage industries. Then the other that comes through again is the need for infrastructure development to minimize post-harvest losses, to minimize the cost of freight as well. But more substantively is the need for enhanced coordination between the public and private sector. Thank you so much. And finally, to Ms. Jen Nalunga, there have been growing concerns about the inclusivity of Uganda's trade policies and practices, especially for small businesses, informal traders, and women entrepreneurs. From a policy advocacy perspective, what reforms are necessary to ensure trade benefits are widely distributed across the different segments of society? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Okumu, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Trade for organizing this meeting, and also Trademark for the continued support, not only to the Ministry of Trade and other ministries, but also to civil society and to CIATIN in particular, to ensure that all of us, all Ugandans, participate in trade. As CIATIN, we believe that really we can, as Uganda, we can trade our way out of poverty. And we believe that we are not doing enough as a country to do that. Dr. Okumu, regarding the issue of inclusivity, I think it's really important to ensure that trade policy works for all Ugandans, as traders, as producers, as manufacturers, as cross-border traders. The trade policy has to work for everybody. And how do we do that? It's the way the trade policy should be crafted. And it means that everybody should be on the table when we are crafting the trade policy, when we are crafting negotiating trade agreements, everybody should be on the table. And when we talk about, for example, MSMEs, they have their own specific challenges. For example, the women MSMEs, issues of credit, issues of information, issues of actual participation in trade. We work with some women MSMEs who are add value to agro products, and They just hear that there is a market, there is a global market, there is a CFTA market. But how do we ensure that they are part of that trade? So the whole issue of information is really very important. But I wanted to go back to the issue of crafting the trade policy. And I'm happy that the debate has started on crafting a new trade policy. Because as a country, our trade policy ended in 2018, and I think it's important to have a new trade policy because it was crafted in 2007. And since then, the world has changed. You know, there has been so many global shifts. You know, there are trade wars, there are things going on in the WTO. We are talking about green industrialization. What does it mean? How does it look like? So we need to craft a new trade policy, but we need to ensure that it's inclusive, that everybody is on board. And here, I would like to request that we reinstate the Interinstitutional Trade Committee. I see there are some old-timers here who know what the Interinstitutional Trade Committee was. This is a committee which used to bring together the other ministries, agriculture, health, because trade, everything is tradable. Health is in the marketplace as a service, education is a service, you know, issues of intellectual property. So the IITC used to bring everybody on board to address issues of trade policy. And for me, I think such meetings are okay, but we need consistently to look at, you know, our trade policy inclusively. So the issue of the IITC is very, very critical. Let us reinstate it. And it also helped to link up the levels of trade. For example, there was a committee on regional trade, there was a committee on global trade, and would come together to see how we move forward. Chair, on the issue of reforms, there are two issues which I wanted to talk about, and these issues have also been addressed by the previous speakers. The issue of our focus, we have focused so much on market access, you know, negotiating the CFTA, negotiating the tripartite, that's COMESA, SADC, ESC, we have EBA, everything but arms, you know, so the market access is there, we have the markets. But I think moving forward, we need to concentrate more on market entry. How do we enter those markets and be able to sustain our products in those markets? Alan, you have talked about concentrating on production, but I think we need to go deeper to look at what products, because trade is about a specific market and a specific product. When we talk about a product, we don't talk about sim. What kind of sim does that market want? Is it black sim? Is it white? You know, so we need to go deeper into product and product specification in terms of quality, in terms of quantity. But if we remain on the generalities, we have the CFTA. The CFTA, it's a big market, 52 countries. What are we putting on that market? And we'll continue talking and talking until the cows come back home. So we need to move some steps forward. So we need to start from the market. We can learn from other countries who have product agreements. You negotiate a product, what kind of product, what's the quality, what's the quantity. Then we move backwards and mobilize for that production. And we pull our resources together to ensure that we can be able to satisfy that market. And for me, what I want, that next time when we sit here, let us talk about challenges of products. That, you know, our product, you know, our avocado is not going to it was rejected in that market. What happened? Is it because of UNBS? Can we put more money in UNBS? So let us be more intentional, more purposeful. And for me, I think that's where we can be able to pull our resources and be able to take advantage of all those markets. Another issue, we talked about NDP3 and the reflections there. NDP3 concentrated a lot on coffee, and indeed, coffee production went up, coffee export went up. But I think moving forward, we need to go beyond bags. We need to go beyond bags of coffee. We need to go into specialty coffee. Our coffee, because the European Union is telling us they have put in place the EU deforestation regulation, that we have to show them that we are not deforesting. But our coffee is a forest product, and I have seen coffee being grown with mituba trees and bananas and all that. But we need to show them that this is a specialty coffee, so that we don't sell it as bags, 60 kilograms of bags. So we need again to move beyond that step forward. Lastly, the issue of standards is very critical, and we need to be aware that our kind of production is small scale production, and we can't run away from that. They are small scale producers, but if we are to trade, we need quantities and qualities. I usually go to meetings and you see people with very nice things, but very small, and you say, now we are talking about a CFTA market, going to Ghana. The things are very nice, but very small, So how do we mobilize production to ensure quality, to ensure quantity? And I think here we need to look at the role of the state and the role of the private sector. We talk about private sector led, we need to rethink that. Rethink what should be the role of the state. Lastly, Chair, we have a project with Trademark in Amuru, in Guru and Elegu on standards, but things are bad. If we are to trade, I think we need to do much more. The state government, you have to put a hand in ensuring that there are regulations at national level, from household level. They were sharing, the people producing sim and maize. Sim, they told us at one time, about 3 years ago, they used to call it the white gold in that area, because it was going across the borders. And where they were going, they were exporting it across the border. When the price went up, they started putting their sand, and the white gold ended. When you look at maize, there are no regulations. So we need, if we are to trade, we need to know how to organize our production, like Alan pointed out, how to ensure quality, how to ensure quantity, but we need to start from the markets. Let us look at the products, what products, and ensure that we have the standards, we mobilize our resources to brand, to ensure that if we are in coffee, let the entire world know that Ugandan coffee is the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jen, for such a mouthful. And precisely in terms of inclusivity of trade policy, what came through is the need for stakeholder engagement. And as a Ministry of Trade, I would refer you to Dr. Moki, because that's his space. And the other that came through is the need for re-establishing the Interinstitutional Trade Committee And again, that allows for coordination across the different stakeholders. But what touched me most is how can we bring the other players on board, and the element of focusing on market entry was particularly strong. And you didn't really stop at market entry. You did emphasize the need to sustain presence in the market. Now, second to that was the need for scale, because it's one thing to take to the market, but it's another thing for you to produce to the satisfaction of the market in terms of demand. So scale came through, but most importantly for me was the need for standards, and that we can take to the universality of standards, because it's one thing to produce, but it's another thing for you to produce a product that is consumable in Rwanda, Tanzania, South Africa, and at the same time Europe. That speaks to standards. Our MC, shall we have a Q&A, or we are standing in between lunch? Thank you.
Absolutely. A round of applause for our panel. I think they've very well done, very well spoken. I was thinking about, Mr. Lano, you pointed out quality. And I think for me, I will just say that even the very outfit I am wearing today is very locally made. It's by a local producer, right? However, many times when you think of local production, there's all these concerns of quality. Will it be good enough? Will it be sustainable? And that's the fact, right? Those are the concerns we have. So I thought that was good. Quality of our products, are they good enough for the market? But I also specifically appreciated Miss Jane for just saying the nature of our products and whether they're fit for markets abroad. Before we complain that we're not producing enough, is what we're producing fit? But I also must say, Mr. Alan, production, and I specifically like that you said, if we would love to grow our trade environment to where we want it to be, local production is a must-have. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd love to open the floor up for questions. I have a friend that's moving around with a few microphones. In case you have a question, just raise your hand. There's a question right there. And feel free to direct it to a specific person on this panel. Yes, yes it is. All right.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'd like to thank Minister of Trade and the other sponsors for inviting us here, especially me. I'm a member of Juakali, and I was invited because I'm a member. But becoming a member of Juakali, I'm called Lucia Namubiru, founder and managing director of Luna's Enterprises Uganda Limited. I make very nice sweaters. Let me just show you two. This is for ladies, this is for gentlemen, and this is my product. The best knit of sweaters in East Africa. I was awarded those certificates after participating in the Juakali exhibitions. So, apart from that, making very nice and unique sweaters, I was connected to an organization called Organization of Women International Trade, founders are in Washington, D.C., so that we can start an organization here, bringing together women, so that women manufacturers, so that we can access market together. So we have members from local people, from Uganda and other places. So my question is, thank you so much, the presenters, especially those who talked about women and financing. We women, we start small with our own savings, but to grow our business is the challenge. For me, I've been in business for about 17, 18 years, but when you want to grow a business, to go to the bank, they need a collateral, you don't have it, and even the interest is high. What you have talked about scaling, we can scale if we can get money, maybe at the lower interest rate. I don't know how we can get it. We local manufacturers, we can make something which can sell worldwide. For me, I've ever sold my sweaters to US, Canada, Finland, Sweden, UK, and other countries. And they want my sweaters. And one day they asked me, Lucia, if you ask you to make an order of 10,000 sweaters, I told them I should have made them, but I don't have the finance to buy the other machines. I have some machines I want to buy. They are from German. I went to Turkey, I saw the machines, but I don't have money. We waited for Glow Money. When I went there, they asked for Colorado. Glow Money, we thought it was for local women, but it was for high-level women with Colorados. So that one, it discouraged us. So from that, there is a gentleman who talked about the trade missions. For me, I would like to ask the commercial attaches of our embassies outside Uganda, what's their work? Because other countries, even my neighbors here from China, they invite people whenever they get opportunities here. But when is it that the commercial attaches of Uganda invite us business people to go to trade missions? For me, once we went to Egypt, there are even there some free exhibitions for free. There are exhibitions in Canada everywhere. But for us, we struggle on our own. And another question, why don't you put there in the trade missions the showrooms, so that we can get some nice products to be put there. If someone wants those products, they can get them from there. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. And members of our panel, before you even answer that, can we give her a round of applause for her proactivity? She came with her merchandise. That's the kind of energy we're looking for. So that question, I will direct it to Mr. Allen. And dear moderator, you will choose the second part of our question whom to answer. But allow me just take one more question from over there. And then there's a gentleman in the corner that had one as well. So for now, we'll take two, they answer, and then we can see how to move forward. So yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam. The Honorable Minister, the PS, protocol observed. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Trade for organizing this event, which is very important. Not only that, but also to facilitate trade. My name, Birabosa, the chairperson of Confederation of Micro and Small Enterprise Organization, Uganda, East Africa, Uganda chapter. At the same time, I'm the chairperson of Katwe Small Scale Industry Development Association, which is situated in Katwe. And when we talk of Katwe, you all know those are the local artisans. First of all, I would like to support those who talked about the embassy. We don't know whether really Ministry of Trade, they have any contact, or whether those reports which are made by the embassy, which we have mainly at the regional level, East Africa, whether they have their reports which they make every year. What we have observed, as far as we are concerned, that those commercial officers attached to the embassies are not staff of the Ministry of Trade. And maybe I propose that at least these attaches, the commercial officers, become staff of the Ministry of Trade for harmonization and proper coordination of the trade in those areas. When we talk about production, it goes along with standards. As far as we are concerned, in Katwe, we would have produced a lot and mainly on standard. But we have limit with the production materials. For example, we have been struggling for the stainless materials in order to come out with at least good product which can at least compete with those ones which are coming from outside. But because of the stainless material, which is very expensive, at times we can try to go to Kenya and you find it very expensive. And this is one of the material which can be used either in the production of the grinding machine, the maize grinding machines, and even other products for the foods. We don't have it. It is too expensive. And you find that when we have the technology, we have the skills of coming out with some of these products, but we are limited by the production materials which are not available, and which are, when we are available, they are too expensive. And when we produce, the production cost is high, and our products becomes very expensive than those who are imported. So people can prefer to buy those who are imported than those which are produced by Ugandans. And how are you going to promote the export? Another thing is about the export promotion. I don't know whether really the export promotion is part of the Ministry of Trade, or if it is part of the Ministry of Trade. Is it promoting only products to be taken outside the East African region? Because as far as we are concerned, they never even tried to promote us on the regional level in the East African community. Even if when you go to their offices, maybe their concern is those who are exporting outside East Africa. I think this one, as far as we are concerned, should be looked at.
All right. So we'll take.
Lastly,
is that it? All right.
Lastly, it is about the Chamber of Commerce. They talked about the Chamber of Commerce and creation about the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is already in place. But what is happening in Uganda, it might not be happening what is happening in other regional countries or partner states. Because the Chamber of Commerce, I don't know whether it is for Uganda or it is just an association or institution owned by individuals who at least who want to make some money out of the traders. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So we're going to take one more from there, and then Dr. Ibrahim, you're going to choose which of the panelists to answer which question. All right.
Thank you. Erasmus Natumanya is my name, District Commercial Officer, Kabale. I have few submissions, but first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this meeting, the Ministry of Trade. Thank you very much. Number one, from the presentation, you talked of commercial attaches. And these commercial attaches, I can hear you are talking about commercial attaches in embassies. But as far as I know, we have commercial attaches in all local governments. And these are commercial officers. From my observation, there seems to be a missing link between Ministry of Trade, particularly Trade Department, and these other trade agencies with these commercial officers in districts. If, from my observation, if we are to make an analysis, most of commercial officers at the district level are working as cooperative officers. If we are to sample in the Ministry of Trade the reports from districts, and we sample some reports, most of them are full of cooperative issues. And the trade issues are missing. And to me, I think if we are to promote trade, we should begin from villages, parishes, and we see what we are producing, and we improve from there as we move up. So we have something big to be done in empowering these footsteps in local governments to ensure quality and promotion of trade. Trade policies in Uganda. We have encouraged Ugandans to produce in some areas. For instance, in recent past, let me talk about Kigezi region. We encouraged people from Kigezi to engage in coffee, not coffee, tea. Government had to put a lot of money in tea production. But recently, there is no market for tea, and people are almost resorting to uprooting the tea plantations. So we have a lot to work on when we produce. Maybe we need to look at value addition and industrialization. Finally, in Kigezi, we are known for producing iron ore. But every day, we see trucks packing raw materials of iron ore from Kabale, Rwanda, transporting it. We don't know to where. Trade policies, why don't we look at how we can, where we can focus first, for instance, in terms of industrialization. If we had a factory of iron ore in Kigezi, I assure you we would be doing great. But we are seeing every day unprocessed iron ore moving out of the district, and of course, as natives, we are not benefiting much. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. All right, over to you, Mr. Ibrahim. But before we can even answer those questions, I'd highly encourage, when you're formulating your question, keep it precise. In the interest of time, would love to answer as many questions as possible. So keep it straight to the point, precise, and preferably direct your question to someone in specific. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. A captivating question that came through, bordering inclusivity of financing, especially with respect to the GROW project, which typically targets women, I would imagine. And with that, I would imagine that Jane is better placed to give us a response to that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Okumu. The issue of trade finance, I think this challenge is not just a challenge facing my sister there, or my sister Isidorose there also. She also has, she's a manufacturer, she adds value, she has her products, but she's also facing those challenges of finance. But there also are other traders, other manufacturers. It's a challenge across the board because of our banking sector, our financial sector. I think there are fundamental issues as Uganda which we need to address. You can't engage in trade, in production without finances, you know? So we need to rethink, because even the country is looking for loans. They are going for commercial loans, you know, so what about the private sector? So we need to rethink the entire banking sector, the financial sector. There was a debate some time back when the president was saying that maybe we'll reinstate UCB. You know, there was a debate, you remember that, even in Parliament. You know, maybe these are issues which we need to put back on table, you know, that we need a bank controlled by government. And this is what I was talking about. The role of the state has to change. And we have seen developed countries rethinking their trade. We might not go that far what they are doing, but we need a rethink. I liked Trump when he said he looked at the trade deficit, that US is running a trade deficit with this country. What do we do about it? And those are lessons which we need to learn. You know, if we are running a very, very high trade deficit with another country, what do? Then we sit and say, what do we do to reduce that trade deficit? But what I'm saying, Dr. Okumuchair, is that when we are looking at our new trade policy, we need to think deeper, and we need to touch on those sacred cows. You know, when they say, no, private sector led, should we go that way? You know, or should the state intervene somehow? Should we talk about export-led? What about the domestic market? You know, what about issues around growing our industry, import substitution? How does it balance import substitution and export-led? You know, so we need to when we are, this is a request, that when we are rethinking our trade policy, let us do it in an open manner. Let us be able to be as open as possible. Let us question as many things as possible, and then agree on the way forward. Thank you.
The other question from where I sit seems like they are direct to the PS, the Minister of Trade, but I'll pass them on to Alan. What came through again is that there is seemingly a missing link between MTTIC and commercial officers at districts, to the extent that there is seemingly preference for, there is seemingly a perception of commercial officers as cooperatives officers, something of the kind. And from where I see it from the perspective of production as opposed to trade. Then tying into that is the question of what is the relevancy of the Chamber of Commerce to the private sector. I'll leave that to you, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, Mr. Manya and the gentleman from the Katwe Small Scale Industries Association, and the other questions which have been asked. I think we are at the precipice. Allow me to start from a bigger perspective, then come down. Jen has been touching on very important issues that we have to decide ourselves. That's why I'm saying, for me, I am home. This is my mother ministry, so I'm very sure General Mbadi is not going to walk in here with 20 police officers to arrest me. I am his senior, I'm his advisor, I should give him everything. We are lucky. We now have a new PS, we have a whole general in, and we need to arm our people with all the information they need to go and take back the mandate of Ministry of Trade. Jen has pointed that we need to stop just talking on the fringes. We need to deal with the animal in the room. Number one, we are not going to talk trade until we have armed Ministry of Trade with the officers both at international level and local level. If you're talking about a commercial officer at an embassy X, is he coming from the Ministry of Trade or from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? We need to talk these things through. Is the person able to talk about the products we have? Is that person so grounded? Now, that is number one. I'm really talking about us being intentional. I've just read through statistics, and these are very good statistics. I was still using the old ones. Doctor, did we know that actually the economy has changed? We had been quoting that the industrial sector, the agricultural sector is contributing about 45%. It is now come down, latest UBOS statistics, it's now at 24%. According to UNB UBOS, industry has now increased to 25.75, But most importantly is services sector at now 42. This particular ministry, Mr. Moderator, is responsible for industry and services. That means this particular ministry is responsible for 67% of the economy. That is how strong this particular ministry is. It is therefore very important that we equip it. Now, I'll just go back and say a few things. When you talk about officers, we have talked about, Jen has talked about local market and export market. Unfortunately for us, again from statistics, we are the 24th poorest country on earth, GDP per capita. So our people are many, touching 50, but unfortunately we don't have the purchasing power. So we must encourage ourselves to produce for the local market, for the 50 million, but then turn ourselves around and begin producing for the export market. If we are going to do that, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do that without going through UNBS. And therefore, the strength of our trade squarely lies also at UNBS. No standards, no exports. Plain simple. So what the keynote speaker, Dr. Chinyoka, talked about is something we have to deal with. Why does a manufacturer have to pay for standards and the money goes to URA, then it goes to the consolidated fund, and then the poor people at UNBS have to jot down a budget and then request for the money as and when the money is available, it is taken to UNBS. When is a manufacturer, small, big, whatever, going to get the services? So we need to equip them. If the issue is about financing, what do we put in place? What framework can we put in place for UNBS? Now, because I've been given a number of issues which I have to deal with, I will just also touch one other thing. I was reading, unfortunately I'm going to quote this particular book, and I didn't know it was a Ugandan economist until I searched deeper. Trade is war. The good thing, the ministry in this particular area is led by a general. So he knows how to fight, but before he fights, he knows how to negotiate. The most important issue is arm him with all the negotiation tools. And let me tell us here that Uganda must be very deliberate when we are dealing with our partners. As we speak right now, only 1 or 2 companies are able to export milk to Kenya. Why? This situation we are in would never have had if our country was called Tanzania or Rwanda. You don't take our milk, we don't take your thing. Full stop. We need to be very deliberate if we're going to do trade. Now, why I'm talking about international markets, colleagues in this room, and chair here. International trade is not trade to Channa Mukaka. It is not trade to Lira. It is not trade to Kampala. My senior there wants to export to Europe. I'll give just this example to give you what we are dealing with when we deal with international trade. There are 2 supermarket chains that are well known in the Western world. One is called Walmart, the other is called Aldi in Europe. Walmart has about 11,000 stores. In others, 11,000 ShopRites. If you're going to ShopRite in Kampala, multiply that by 11,000. Aldi, multiply the ShopRite you have in Kampala by 12,200. Total, you're talking about 27,000 stores or ShopRites. Now, if we have to export to that kind of market, they need 13 million T-shirts every consignment. My senior mother there will not be able to do that. She has just told you they needed how many? 5,000, 15,000. And she was unable. These two supermarkets need 13 million t-shirts every single year. Not month, sorry. If you're to do that, you're going to have to do one thing. Organize. My Mr. Sechimpi is seated there. That is the man who heads the Tailors Association in Uganda. He has to organize all his textile producing entities to be able to get an aggregator to take those t-shirts to the US and to England. He cannot do that without the UNBS. They will reject them and he will make serious losses. But just imagine they don't reject them. My mother there will have huge sales and all Mr. Sechimpi's people will have huge sales. What does it take? It takes us to organize. So when we're dealing with international trade, it is about organizing. That's what Jen was talking about. Not just market access, but market entry. What product? How is the product? What style? And all those things. So I can go on and on, but I have to stop.
Thank you. What I found captivating is the fact that, of course, it's a quote, that trade is a war. And I'll add a statement to that, that in as much as it's a war, it's really hinged on the unit cost of production. You either outwit your competitor or you're dead. So the other question, I think, they are not questions per se. They are proposals that I think Mr. Limo can speak to. The first is the proposal regarding commercial attaches at embassies becoming employees of the Minister of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. And then the other is the need for export promotion, both within the ESC and without the ESC. Kindly speak to those two proposals. Thank you, Mr. Limo.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of commercial attaches, I'm not very sure, but I think they are appointed by Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Is that correct? So they pay their allegiance to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And also I think when they are designating them, they are not really either businessmen, trade officers, or people who are trained in that area. So maybe this goes to the ministry, and the minister is here to see how you liaise with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course, eventually with the hierarchy of government to see how to streamline this so that commercial attaches actually originate from the Ministry of Trade, and in one way or another, there should be a way they should be feeding to the Ministry of Trade, much as they are either directed or under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I think this is really critical, because Foreign Affairs may designate a diplomat or some senior citizen to be a commercial officer and will not really help us in matters of trade. The other issue was about the commercial officers, the district commercial officers.
Export promotion within the ESC and without the ESC.
Export promotion. You see, first of all, we are trying as much as possible, to encourage intertrade within the ESC, and then, of course, within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But, you know, business is about profit. So if you can also export beyond the ESC or the Africa Continental Area, that's okay, but the priority should be given to our international regions. Like I cited earlier, it's easier for us to manage our inter-standards than the external standards, particularly like with Europe. Sometimes their standards are so high, and sometimes you can get into a business, then when there's an adjustment, you are completely knocked off. But I can assure you, really, we have almost adequate market for our exports within the region. So let's give more priority to the region And when there's appropriate value addition with appropriate standards, we can still do our export to foreign. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. And I would love for us to give a round of applause to our panel for our very first topic. Thank you very much. We're simply evaluating the role of trade in National Plan 3 now. I've noticed that many of our questions are surrounding financing solutions, especially for trade. So I'd just like to note that day 2 of the Trade Review Conference, which is tomorrow, we're going to be giving some of those solutions. So please make it a note to be here. I'd also love to recognize the representatives from the Embassy of China. Thank you so much for being here. Would love to give you a round of applause. Thank you for coming. And another round of applause for the representatives from the Office of the Danish Ambassador. Thank you. Thank you for coming. All right, now one of our panelists talked about, all right, so I'd request for you to get a microphone to our general over here. I'd like to make a note before we can continue.
Thank you, moderator, through her. The other gentleman, through the question of commercial attaches to me, thank you very much. It is something we've been working on, but finally, come the beginning of next financial year, the commercial attaches will be deployed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We are harmonizing with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and telling them those cannot be your staff. You know nothing about trade. It's us who have the experts on how to talk about what is required on the other side, in which form, so that we come and advise our manufacturers and producers on what to produce in order to meet the demand requirements on the other side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. All right. Yes, please.
Thank you, our moderator, through you. And I wanted to just throw a few, to respond a little to the issue of the conglomeration of a Chamber of Commerce. The ministry is in the process of coming up with a paper which will be discussed with Cabinet to establish an umbrella, I would say, organization that will bring together all these, the business sector really. So that conglomeration of the Chamber of Commerce, and also to respond to Mr. Bira's question, is a work in progress. And if all goes well, Cabinet should consider that paper this year. But in addition, I wanted the Commissioner for Internal Trade to throw light on the issues to do with the commercial officers and their role, and how the ministry links with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the moderator, and through the minister and the PS. I want to thank the gentleman from the commercial officer from Cavalry for bringing up the issue of commercial officers. I'll just begin by giving a background of where we came from and where we are. Initially, like 5 years ago, we did not even have a department in the local government. The commercial officers were officers of the production department, and because of the efforts of the ministry, we were able to work with the Ministry of Local Government and created a department now called the Trade, Industry and Local Economic Development Department. Additionally, we extended grants. Local governments were especially the commercial officer, was not supported with any funding. So the ministry now extends a grant to all commercial officers. But I wanted to stress is that as we are giving this grant, we are considerate of all the sectors of the ministry, and the grant has guidelines. And these guidelines, the money is distributed in an allocation formula, and it's supposed to consider the following areas. One is enterprise development. We expect that the commercial officer in the local government, both in the district and the municipality, should be working on enterprise development, how to develop an enterprise from zero. Then the second area is market linkages. The commercial officer is supposed to link the production to the market, and that is trade. Thirdly is value addition, and lastly is the cooperative mobilization. And even in the format of the report we have issued, every commercial officer reports on enterprise development, the work done under enterprise development, market linkages, value addition, and cooperative mobilization. But now, since he has given us information, we need to find out whether in Kabale and even others, this is not being done, and we shall be able to address that. But there are guidelines on how the commercial officer is supposed to do and implement the ministerial policies. Thank you, Madam PS.
All right, a round of applause. Thank you so much for bringing clarity to that. Now, one of our panelists did note the infrastructure challenges of the trade environment, which is where I would love to hinge our focus. One of the topics we're going to discuss after our lunch is just the role of standards, quality, infrastructure to trade, thriving and all of that. So we'd love to take our lunch, and then we'll be back to delve into that conversation. So you don't have to move. Ushers are going to bring you a coupon, which will be what you use for lunch. So they'll be helping us to tell which table stands up when. So as we do that, I will hand over to our media team to give us just a facilitation of our lunchtime. Thank you.
What can you do with $153? Fuel your car for a trip out of town? Facilitate grocery shopping for a couple of days? Or pay for 1 or 2 hospital visits? It doesn't sound like much, does it? Now let us show you what $153 can do for a cross-border woman trader recovering from COVID-19 inflicted economic shock in Elegu town.
It was a Friday evening when we were doing our saving. Then we started hearing messages tone. Then I said, wow, what's this? I started dancing. Bwewacha kumacha nayimukiramu nengenda kuduuka nengula ekidomolo kya butto nengula engano yange nengenda mu kibuga nenfuna akafo nenkola display yange kati nsiika ebindaazi nsiika sumbuusa nsiika n'ebirol eggs abantu bye balya akasente kanyamba era kankolera.
Elegu is a town at the border of Uganda and South Sudan. The livelihoods of women cross-border traders in Elegu town were devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the closure of borders and nationwide lockdowns, their trade suffered. The women lost their incomes and businesses. To help women cross-border traders bounce back from the economic shock and build resilience for the future, the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project was set up. The project is an initiative of financial sector Deepening Uganda in collaboration with Trademark East Africa, with support from 100 Weeks. This project provided unconditional cash transfers and business skilling training to support the recovery of women cross-border traders.
My child was being chased out of school. So when I received that money, part of it I sent it for his school fees. That was $150. And then the other $50 I added stock on my what? On my business in the bar.
Nakwatako emitwalo 10 ne nsindikira omwana wa senior 5. Ne nsigaza 10. 10 eryo ne nsalako ningula eddagala lya mitwalo 7 ery'omu nnimiro. nensigaza emitwalo 3. Emitwalo 3 nintwalako omutwalo gumu ningukola saving wasigala 2.
All right, so we can actually step out for our lunch. If you've got your coupon, the lunch is happening upstairs, so feel free to stand up as and when.
Nimpereza bana bange bali wano school fees kusomero.
Sente zetwasooka okufuna nze nali nalongosebwa. Zino ze baasindika zaasooka ze zanzijjayo mu ddwaliro kubanga baali bagenda kunsiibula nga ntya naye nga sirina sente. Baazisindika lw'eggulu zaali 2,215. Bwe naziraba nawulira essanyu ne ngamba zino sente ze zigenda okukola ki? Ze zigenda okunzijja mu ddwaliro.
Tene enita no iya poco atero mukene kankwan mukene atere blu aneno nya iranyige kelo iranyogi gutia dek chan pi on.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reconvene at 1:30. So, sorry, my bad, 2:30. So our lunch is exactly 30 minutes from now. The faster we do this, the better. So we're back in the room by 2:30 p.m.
Hiyo maisha ya truck driver kwa upande wa kwangu naona inanipeleka vizuri. Kama ninaenda safari, naendanga niking'ang'ana tu, akili yangu ikiwa nyumbani, nitafika lini, nirudi lini, nione familia. Nyuma kidogo hapo nilikuwa napata siku moja kwa mwezi moja. Sasa hivi naweza pata mara 3 ama mara 4 kwa mwezi.
Ladies and gentlemen, your property is safe in this room. In case you're wondering whether to move out with your property, it's actually safe here, so you can step out for lunch. You'll find it safe and secure.
We are making money. We are empowered. We know our rights.
So we have pockets of success on our continent. What has been missing is an integrated approach to connect West Africa with East Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and this is the mandate of the AFCFTA, working with the regional economic communities that are already existing. We see Trademark Africa as an implementing agency of all of the objectives that are set out in the AFCFTA, transit of goods, customs systems harmonization, as well as trade facilitation.
The traders were sometimes harassed in a number of issues.
We used to smuggle knowing that it was very easy and we could get a lot of money when it was very costly.
Traders would find it a challenge to cross the border.
Her experience summarizes what cross-border trade looked like at some of the country's border points at the time. As a result, a bulk of the country's population, mainly vulnerable groups such as women and the youth, were cut off from deriving the right benefit out of the export docket at the time when Uganda had already made great strides, building trade bridges with its neighbors in the region and beyond. This gloomy picture has been repainted by the Regional Integration Implementation Program, RIP. Little wonder, the first RIP project code, named RIP1, focused on ensuring effective integration of Uganda into the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, and to promote the country's competitiveness to bolster regional trade and investments. A critical outcome for especially the vulnerable groups is that it formalized and enhanced small cross-border trade. Those achievements have been enhanced by the RIP2 project, which has supported the country's capacity to integrate and harness regional economic opportunities presented by the COMESA, East African Community (EAC), and Southern African Development Corporation (SADC) tripartite arrangements. The project has supported Uganda to operationalize the Border Export Zone Border Market Program, among others.
RIP has been very beneficial to the ministry and to the economy at large. For starters, it has actually yielded benefits on research, because when that project started out, they did a lot of research on the areas which are strategic in terms of driving import and export activity across the country. And we realized that there are certain critical points which can drive social welfare and social well-being, and some of those have already been funded by development partners to drive activity.
Before CBT began in this area, first of all, we were not known, were not recognized anywhere in the map of business. Most of us were treated as people who are doing informal trade. And indeed, we are doing informal trade. But we thank the government of Uganda for having put this building in this place, where we also have our own office.
through our office, you will get a simplified certificate, fill it within some few minutes, and then less than even 30 minutes, you cross the border. So that means that the business has actually been put to the standard, because we can travel as many times as you wish, depending on your money and depending on where you take the commodities.
Cumulatively, such interventions have caused a cyclical impact currently witnessed in the expansion of export trading volumes, the narrowing of the country's trade deficit, and the push of the economy closer to the Vision 2040 aspiration, a shift closer to the resultant contribution to the country's aspiration under the Second National Development Plan as a building block towards achieving Vision 2040.
We have engaged other partners which have really seen the need for value addition for our exports. And through the initiation of this project, which now other partners are coming on board to ensure that value is added on our products, they have now started to discussing projects of value addition which are being geared to be put at different border posts. A few of the traders we picked from here to go for trade fairs out of the country in Zambia, they ended up having their products exhibited, and Uganda became an exporter of some of the items we had exhibited in Zambia.
The appreciation of such dividends and more benefits that come with countries doing business together have driven Uganda and a number of African countries into being part of more trading and economic blocs, the notable ones being the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, the mother body of all African economic blocs, the Economic Community for West African States, ECOWAS, in addition to the trading blocs mentioned above.
Trade in our country is looked at in two areas. We have the trade within, producing and then consuming ourselves within our own markets, then producing for exports. So when we look at our exports, Uganda is doing very well, save for some markets which have different set standards, which sometimes have a challenge with us. The market, like we look at the European Union, they have set standards which have challenged us a bit, but we have picked up again. Now we are on the same page. Recently had the European Union on board. We met with them and we agreed on what we're supposed to do in order to fit in their market.
All those economic blocs were formed on the basis of easing the doing of business among the various African states, with lesser restrictions, tax waivers on originating goods within African states, and ease of border crossing across the borders. The glue that is internally binding these blocs together is business.
There is a lot of ease in crossing the border at this time. One, the reason being having an OSDP arrangement where all the officers sit together. It has actually reduced the time wastage and, of course, resources. Because if you don't keep time, if you waste the time, you are wasting your money. Availing them with the clearance documents at times limits these other officers who would actually increase the cost.
Critically, the project supported by the European Union and COMESA paid special attention on how to ease the doing of business by the cross-border traders, especially the vulnerable groups like women.
They are constructing a warehouse. Go on well, we shall note that with that warehouse, we as traders, we shall benefit because one, it will help us to come together and that will save our transport, that will mean ready market, and that will at least boost our what? Our business. Some of us who had started as small business people, vendoring on small scale, we had started growing and going across, selling.
This intervention has been cascaded by building the necessary infrastructure to support cross-border trade at selected border points.
Before RIP came, most of the traders here were smugglers. Nowadays, most of the traders, as we talk, 90%, they do formal trade. They pass from the entry point, they go to Kenya. When they are coming, they pass in one route.
The RIP has resulted to the construction of the border market,
which construction is about nearing completion. And the moment that market gets done, I know they will have increased local revenue, will have jobs created there, will have value addition, will have power.
There was no simplified certificate of origin. That means crossing the border would take like clearance only, would take like an hour or 40 minutes. But when this simplified trade regime was established and the trade information desk officer, clearance takes like 5 minutes because it is just a matter of looking at the invoice, then you fill in the simplified certificate of origin, take to customs for endorsement, then the trader crosses.
At the national level, the REAP project has been focal at supporting enabling policy and procedural reforms that are key to facilitating trade in goods and services across borders.
Before the project started, traders were trading ordinarily, individually, and in their own ways. To date, we have structured these traders, we have clustered them. You know, we could visit the various border posts to undertake a study, what we could call a feasibility study, to find out what is really traded in a particular border post.
Such support and contribution is corroborated by the cross-border traders at the grassroots.
Me as a trader, I used to do business on a small scale. But then later, with the Ministry of Trade, with the REAP project, there were many workshops which were conducted, and they would bring in different people to sensitize us on how you can do business, on how you can keep records, and how you can trade with people close. So we shall note that with time, most of us who were small-scale business traders had started graduating from small scale to conducting big businesses with people across.
Because of such emerging realities, there has been an increase in cross-border activity anchored on trade in goods and services, which carries with itself the participation of players of diverse operational size.
One of the things that we have envisaged, because so far they have actually put the 4 border posts, which include Busia and Katuna, and the rest. What it has done, it has increased import-export activity and value. So we hope that this kind of existence on our border posts would increase the economic welfare of every population around those areas.
Relatedly, there has been a jump in the production of value-added products produced for the regional markets, which has helped narrow the country's historical trade deficit with its neighbors.
With the little which we had, even right now, you will find that there is a very big change in the way our traders handle the quality of the exports, especially in cereals and pulses. And then also, this project has also, together with the central government, it has created the need to have standard infrastructure. And that's why you find that now, under REAP, we are able to come up with this project. And this project we have here, it is a catalytic project because we're expecting more other facilities in this place in order to complete the value chain of what? Of quality and standardization of our exports.
This has had a trickle-down effect that has come back to benefit the country's productive sectors and industry, thus expanding production and productivity as envisaged in the country's National Development Plan 2.
Under the REAP project, the border markets is more like the mother of all. They really come in big in contributing to regional trade. So we have, carrying on from the NRM manifesto and the trade policy and all those key documentation, we have 18 border points for development across the country. The REAP focused on 5, though development started on 4, that is Katuna, Busia, Wahaha, Oraba, and Elegu. And at Katuna and Busia, we have warehouses,
And Oraba, we have a commercial building, and as well as Wahaha, we have a market. So each of these are the initial stages, the kickstart of the border markets. But the entire master plans across all these have something huge. We're looking at mini cities, actually, mini cities coming up. So where you will have value addition centers, you have schools, hospitals, everything that can facilitate trade.
Another critical outcome of the project has been the easing of the monitoring of cross-border trade activities and helping with the timely interventions.
In those days, we used to see these differences, because when you trade in these illegal boundaries, porous borders, sometimes you lose your goods by the URA security agents. So when the TIDO was there, try to educate people, they come in, tell them exactly how to work with the business. And there we really saw some fruits in it.
With the easing and structuring of cross-border trade processes has also come the simplification of export data collection, which is key in informing policy.
The simplified trade regime is a tool that has been put in place by the COMESA member states, targeting goods in a value of $2,000 and below. So in Uganda shillings, it's approximately 7 million. So it is a tool that is how to help these small traders be able to participate in trade in a formal manner as opposed to the informal manner. We have helped set up trade information desks at in many of the areas, the cross-border areas such as Matukula, Katuna, we have Katuna, then we have Madope, we have at Elegu, all those border posts. And not only do we set up, because we have put at least some structures which can help them kickstart. But not only that, we have further helped equip them with desk computers, printers, solar panels for those areas that are not able to access power, knowing that as in the economy that we live in, electricity is really key, but for the start we have the solar panels. So that support has all come in to help these small cross-border traders appreciate what the region has to offer.
Likewise, the REAP project has emboldened government's negotiation capacity at various levels as it engages the different trading partners.
Through the engagements that we have had, we continue to engage with our partners, our neighboring partners, to say, okay, let's work together to ensure that we do not have these non-tariff barriers impede our small traders. Besides the people who are growing day by day, so you do not want anything that is going to hinder them from going from level of $2,000 and below to something above. So through the REAP interventions, have come up to have joint trade committees. We have engaged a lot with our partners such as DRC, with Kenya, and all the other neighbors around.
The cumulative effect of all these activities under the REAP project today manifest in the changing socio-economic status of beneficiaries and the contagious impact on the border communities.
We have benefited a lot because in those days, in fact, we were moving as you can see, the cows are left minus someone controlling them. Now here we have gone beyond now because they have sensitized the community, and the community even it is very happy about the REAP because there were no market, and now they are much eager because they have seen the market is on the board right now. The way we are assisting the certificate of origin, the Kenyans, a day we were expecting getting 2 to 3 vehicles, but at this moment, a day we can have 20. Carrying Irish, carrying onions, what?
While good ground has been covered to ease cross-border trade under REAP, there are areas that still need support to firm the attained milestones, but also extended impact to the untouched spots.
There are areas also which we have not done well previously, but we have improved, more especially in the East African market, where you found that some of our products sometimes could be challenged by other countries neighboring us due to quality and the post-handling of the products, sometimes also consistency of supply and the quantities that they want. So we've tried our level best together with the other line ministries to improve on the quality of the products that we are putting on market, and then supply in quantities that the market demands, and also consistently to make sure that there is no break within trade.
We still have a lot of challenges, much as we have achieved, but I think we haven't achieved to the level that we can say it's now fine. No, we still need a lot of things, because even there are issues, there are a lot of issues that we can't handle on our own at the moment. So, but I think if the project is given more lifespan with us, there is a lot we surely still need.
The Minister's position on outstanding areas is re-echoed by some REAP beneficiaries on the ground who still see the need for the continuation of the project.
REAP has helped us in some trainings and has been also helping us in providing us with the tools that we can be using in office.
The REAP 2 project's contribution to helping Ugandans across the income divide draw benefit from cross-border trade cannot be underrated. A major outcome of its effort is the strong trade position the country enjoys with its neighbors, the easing of the cross-border trade processes under the simplified trade regime, and the resultant life-changing impact to the grassroots cross-border trade participants, including special groups such as women and the youth.
Well, I would like to extend my most sincere appreciation to the European Union, as well as the regional integration project. And if we call upon other partners to come and join hands with us in the government of Uganda, it will be a very good output, especially for the populations around those areas, to boost all our exports to other countries. And I also take this opportunity to thank the local teams and the Ministry of Trade that have been participating and actively drawing up these projects, as well as other stakeholders like the Ministry of Finance that is always making sure that these programs are funded year in, year out, and maybe also the years to come they'll be more actively involved in terms of disbursing all these funds and collaborating with these development partners for us. It's also very important for me to recognize the COMESA Secretariat, because they have been very key in terms of implementing the whole program.
Countries that have made it big economically have done so anchoring on strong export dockets. This is partly because exports give a country an opportunity to tap into resources or income beyond the confines of its borders. Call it income or resources out there, we say country, but it is actually the business community that benefits first and then transfer those benefits to governments. For micro, small and medium enterprise-dominated economies like Uganda, one cannot miss the participation of small operators in all business spheres, including exports. Many players, both small and big, who sit in this space have however been struggling with a host of non-tariff barriers to trade. Working with other government agencies, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives sought to rewrite this picture for the good of cross-border traders, especially women.
The government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, developed and adopted the measures aimed at reducing production and transaction costs, that is, having effective trade facilitation, and mitigating the effects of non-tariff barriers, which currently exist, especially as we are doing business across borders. But also we have to enhance competitiveness of the private sector in the regional markets. We have to enhance the capacity of SMEs, because as you know, our economies are premised on MSMEs, and at least 80% of the GDP. So we need to enhance the capacity of the SMEs to benefit from the existing and potential regional markets.
The vehicle chosen to have this picture retouched is the Great Lakes Trade Facilitation Project.
The Great Lakes Trade Facilitation Project is a project implemented by 3 countries, Rwanda, DRC, and Uganda. The three intervention areas we have. The first one is looking at the border, what happens at the border. And inside that we have the construction of one-stop border posts. So we are now coming up with border post infrastructure at Mpondwe. We are upgrading the border post infrastructure for Nagana, and we are making designs for Gori. On the market side, we are building a border market, again at Mpondwe, and as a concept, we have since actually changed the name. The name is Border Export Zone because it has a bigger scope. Inside it, we have a nucleus market. For example, there is already a border market at Mpondwe. So we're going to expand that. But over and above the actual market, we then have there value addition facilities. We have warehousing facilities. We have service facilities like banks. Finally, in the context of the third component, which is about now building the capacity of the border officials and building the capacity of the traders themselves. What we do in there, we train them on product development, enterprise development as a whole. We are also now working towards improving the way our border agencies are providing services to the traders, the small scale.
Obi.
Yes.
You drive a Benz. Special haya of Benz.
Yes.
Umanyinza namanyira za special. Vitu ezo zikora za special.
Toyota Nissan. Ntizikuraba. What exactly do you do?
You can Google me.
Okay.
Orabanza ruzungu renkozesa rwamanyi. Google is simplifying. Yes. I trade my talent.
Okay.
But me and my wife, we have started something with coffee and fresh vegetables.
Coffee?
Yes.
Vegetables?
Yes. My wife is working in that area.
I tell you what.
But it is we.
I tell you what.
Yes.
Me, I drive many Bazungus. When the Bazungus come here, after when they are going back, they shop you vegetables. Hey. Baby, good like nothing. Why don't we start exporting coffee? I mean vegetables.
That's what we are trying to do. We want to export those vegetables.
Yes.
So some friend of mine, he's basically the middleman. Yeah, tourism.
Dealing in vegetables, you need a middleman.
He's helping us get the essential documents. Now, yeah, at tourism, a little bit, but it's a bit of a battle. But I think we shall maneuver.
I've seen you with the smartphone.
Yes.
My smartphone is because it's
I did I get you on Kabineti?
Don't waste your time. Just to Google Uganda Trade Portal and see.
Uganda Trade Portal.
Uganda Trade Portal. Google now.
Portal.
No. Yeah. Portal. Portal.
Hey.
But now you are behind.
Step-by-step guides for import, export, and transit. Mafumu.
Omanyi mwe cooperative guy. Mwe muloza muli mu fasideni. You don't need a middleman.
Mafumu. Burjo what sirukire biwama?
Ebiye?
Secret.
No.
Fruits and vegetables.
And now look at this one. You just keep on educating yourself as I drive you home. Everything there.
Yes. Meet my friend. Mafumu, wrong roast friend. Now I've got special hire. Okay. Mafumu, come. This is my wife. The answer to this question.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too. How are you?
Hi.
Is she the one who was at the campus?
Mafumu. Mafumu. This is
How are you, madam?
I'm fine.
Mafumu.
Now, it's my hobby.
Yes, that is obvious. Anyway, because of him, our fresh vegetables and avocados are this close to going to Europe.
Really?
This close. Yes, he was heaven sent.
By the way, call me Angel Mafum. Yeah, Angel Mafum.
That is an overstatement.
You know, she was behind. He didn't know anything about digital.
So remember Moyakora.
Nina. Hey, by the way, Kangede.
Take my card. Take my card.
Your card?
Yes,
Your
yes.
business card.
Take.
You know, just hold it and I take a picture. You know, I don't want to litter my car. Yeah. Everything is digital.
This man, he was a backbencher, but this is
yes, okay.
Correct.
No, we'll meet again.
Okay,
you know,
nice.
I have a lot to teach your husband.
I
will show her. I will show her. I will show her.
Please, Damascus.
Bagita Uganda Trade Portal. We don't need Didas. Didas is fired.
Really?
One. You see, full procedure for a first-time trader.
Welcome to the Uganda Trade Portal, www.ugandatrades.go.ug, Uganda's one-stop shop for information on trade, a system developed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives with the support from TIMEA, USA, UNCTAD and ITC. The core of the Uganda Trade Portal system is the database of trade procedures. Procedures are presented in a step-by-step format from the user's point of view and not from the point of view of the institutions. For example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select Export and Fruits and Vegetables. If she wants to import medicine, she will select Import and Pharmaceutical Products. Let's say that I want to export coffee. I select Export, then Coffee. The system shows the preliminary registrations, licenses and certificates I must obtain, which are issued by the government agencies that regulate the commodity, then the permits I must obtain for each consignment, and the clearance process. Here, I can choose the entry and exit point, and then, depending on the value of my goods, the associated clearance procedure at the border point, for instance, Malaba. But I also have the option to see the full procedure view, all the steps that are necessary to export coffee for a trader exporting the commodity for the very first time. Let's have a closer look at this procedure. I see that I have to go through 31 steps. First, I have to register with the Uganda Export Promotion Board. 2 steps. Register with the single window. 2 steps. Obtain exporter registration with single window. Also 2 steps. Then obtain performance bond. 4 steps. Obtain a coffee export license. 6 steps. I will then obtain a letter of registration of sales contract in 1 step. Obtain a quality certificate and ICO certificate of origin in 3 steps. Obtain a certificate of origin, 3 steps. Obtain the phytosanitary certificate, 4 steps. The consignment will be cleared inland in 3 steps, and I will obtain the release at the point of exit in 1 step. Altogether, 31 steps. In addition to the list of steps, I see a summary of the procedure. There are 11 institutions involved. I will get 13 different results. For example, the Quality Certificate, the East African Community Certificate of Origin, And for this, I will have to give 38 forms and documents such as the phytosanitary certificate that I will receive at step 26 and then give to customs at step 27. I can see the cost of the operation. It will depend on the value of my consignment, and I can estimate my cost directly using the evaluation tool. I see the total duration from 7 to 19 days, and I am given access to all laws and regulations that justify this procedure and its contents. This already gives me a good idea of the procedure. But if I want more details, I can go step by step. For example, step 11, apply for coffee export license. I see where I have to go, the entity in charge, the unit in charge, and the person in charge. Then what they will give me, the result of the step, registration in the application register, the documents I have to submit at this step, for example, the application for coffee export license form, which I can download and fill at home. The time it will take, 5 to 10 minutes waiting in a queue, 5 to 10 minutes at the counter, and 2 to 3 days until I can move to the next step. I see a list of regulations that justify this step and the person I can complain to in case I have a problem with this step. This is generally the manager of the entity in charge of this step. I can also report problems online and even suggest a simplification. Those messages go to the Secretariat of the National Committee on Trade Facilitation. The information is the same for all these steps. I see that some steps can be undertaken online. They are flagged with an orange globe. I can make a customs entry online by clicking on the Apply Online button. One of the most important features of the trade portal system is that any institution involved in regulating or promoting trade can embed the procedures database onto their own websites in a few minutes. For example, on the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives website, under the Export and Import Procedures tab, you will find the same information as on the Uganda Trade Portal. The system also shows statistics on trade procedures embedding data from the International Trade Center and the Observatory of Economic Complexity. This shows in-depth data on goods exported, imported, including destination and original markets. Export Potential Map shows the commodities with high growth potential or with untapped opportunities on international markets. The information of the Uganda Trade Portal will be constantly updated to reflect changes in regulations and procedures. New modules will also be progressively added to the portal, such as searchable tariff database, information on market requirements, and other key facilitation tools developed under the auspices of the National Committee for Trade Facilitation.
Obi.
Yes.
You drive a Benz. Special hire of a Benz.
Yes.
Umanyinza namanyira za special. Vitu zi.
Ezo
zikora za special.
Toyota Nissan. Sikuraba. What exactly do you do?
You can Google me.
Okay.
Urabanza ruzungu rekozesa rwamanyi. Google is simplifying. Yes. I trade my talent.
Okay.
But me and my wife, we have started something with coffee and fresh vegetables.
Coffee?
Yes.
Vegetables?
Yes, my wife is working in that area.
I tell you what.
But it is we.
I tell you what.
Yes.
Me, I drive many Bazungus. When the Bazungus come here, after when they are going back, they shop you vegetables. Baby, like nothing. Why don't you start exporting coffee? I mean, vegetables.
That's what we are trying to do. We want to export those vegetables.
Yes.
So some friend of mine is basically the middleman. They are tourism.
Dealing in vegetables, you need a middleman.
He's helping us get the essential documents. Now, yeah, at tourism a little bit, but it's a bit of a battle. But I think we shall maneuver.
I've seen you with the smartphone.
Yes.
My smartphone is because it's a.
Did I get you on community?
Don't waste your time. Just to Google Uganda Trade Portal and see.
Uganda Trade Portal.
Uganda Trade Portal. Google now.
Portal.
No.
Yeah.
Portal. Portal.
Hey.
But now you are behind.
Step-by-step guides for import, export, and transit. Mafumu.
Omanyi mwe cooperative guy. Mwe mulowooza muli mu fast lane. You don't need a middleman.
Mafumu. Burjo what sirukire biwamba.
Ebiye?
Secrets.
No.
Fruits and vegetables.
And now look at this one. You just keep on educating yourself as I drive you home. Everything there.
Meet my friend, Mafumu, wrong lost friend. Now I've got special hire. Mafumu, come. This is my wife. The answer to this question.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too. How are you?
How are you?
Is she the one who was at the campus?
Mafumu. This is
How are you, madam?
I'm fine.
Mafumu. Now,
it's my hobby.
Yes, that is obvious. Anyway, because of him, our fresh vegetables and avocados are this close to going to Europe.
Really?
This close. Yes, he was heaven sent.
By the way, call me Angel Mafum. Yeah, Angel Mafum.
That is an overstatement.
You know, she was behind. He didn't know anything about digital. Nina. Hey, by the way,
take my card. Take my card.
Your card?
Yes,
Your
yes.
business card.
Take.
You know, just hold it and I take a picture. You know, I don't want to litter my car. Yeah. Everything is digital.
This man, he was a backbencher, but this is
yes, okay.
Correct.
No, we'll meet again.
Okay,
you know,
nice.
I have a lot to teach your husband.
I
I will show her. I will show her. I will show her.
Please, Damascus.
Bajeta Uganda Trade Portal. We don't need Didas. Didas is fired.
Really?
You see, full procedure for a first-time trader.
Welcome to the Uganda Trade Portal. www.ugandatrades.go.ug. Uganda's one-stop shop for information on trade, a system developed by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives with the support from TIMEA, USA, UNCTAD and ITC. The core of the Uganda Trade Portal system is the database of trade procedures. Procedures are presented in a step-by-step format from the user's point of view and not from the point of view of the institutions. For example, a trader wishing to export avocados will select Export and Fruits and Vegetables. If she wants to import medicine, she will select Import and Pharmaceutical Products. Let's say that I want to export coffee. I select Export, then Coffee. The system shows the preliminary registrations, licenses and certificates I must obtain, which are issued by the government agencies that regulate the commodity, then the permits I must obtain for each consignment, and the clearance process. Here, I can choose the entry and exit point, and then, depending on the value of my goods, the associated clearance procedure at the border point, for instance, Malaba. But I also have the option to see the full procedure view, all the steps that are necessary to export coffee for a trader exporting the commodity for the very first time. Let's have a closer look at this procedure. I see that I have to go through 31 steps. First, I have to register with the Uganda Export Promotion Board. 2 steps. Register with the single window. 2 steps. Obtain exporter registration with single window. Also 2 steps. Then obtain performance bond. 4 steps. Obtain a coffee export license. 6 steps. I will then obtain a letter of registration of sales contract in 1 step. Obtain a quality certificate and ICO certificate of origin in 3 steps. Obtain a certificate of origin 3 steps. Obtain the phytosanitary certificate 4 steps. The consignment will be cleared inland in 3 steps, and I will obtain the release at the point of exit in 1 step. Altogether, 31 steps. In addition to the list of steps, I see a summary of the procedure. There are 11 institutions involved. I will get 13 different results. For example, the quality certificate, the East African Community Certificate of Origin, and for this I will have to give 38 forms and documents such as the phytosanitary certificate that I will receive at step 26 and then give to customs at step 27. I can see the cost of the operation. It will depend on the value of my consignment, and I can estimate my cost directly using the evaluation tool. I see the total duration from 7 to 19 days, and I am given access to all laws and regulations that justify this procedure and its contents. This already gives me a good idea of the procedure, but if I want more details, I can go step by step. For example, step 11. Apply for coffee export license. I see where I have to go, the entity in charge, the unit in charge, and the person in charge. Then what they will give me, the result of the step, registration in the application register, the documents I have to submit at this step, for example, the application for coffee export license form, which I can download and fill at home. The time it will take, 5 to 10 minutes waiting in a queue, 5 to 10 minutes at the counter, and 2 to 3 days until I can move to the next step. I see a list of regulations that justify this step and the person I can complain to in case I have a problem with this step. This is generally the manager of the entity in charge of this step. I can also report problems online and even suggest a simplification. Those messages go to the Secretariat of the National Committee on Trade Facilitation. The information is the same for all these steps. I see that some steps can be undertaken online. They are flagged with an orange globe. I can make a customs entry online by clicking on the Apply Online button. One of the most important features of the trade portal system is that any institution involved in regulating or promoting trade can embed the procedures database onto their own websites in a few minutes. For example, on the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives website, under the Export and Import Procedures tab, you will find the same information as on the Uganda Trade Portal. The system also shows statistics on trade procedures embedding data from the International Trade Center and the Observatory of Economic Complexity. This shows in-depth data on goods exported, imported, including destination and original markets. Export Potential Map shows the commodities with high growth potential or with untapped opportunities on international markets. The information of the Uganda Trade Portal will be constantly updated to reflect changes in regulations and procedures. New modules will also be progressively added to the portal, such as searchable tariff database, information on market requirements, and other key facilitation tools developed under the auspices of the National Committee for Trade Facilitation.
What can you do with 153 US dollars? Fuel your car for a trip out of town? Facilitate grocery shopping for a couple of days? Or pay for 1 or 2 hospital visits? It doesn't sound like much, does it? Now let us show you what 153 US dollars can do for a cross-border woman trader recovering from COVID-19 inflicted economic shock in Elegu town.
It was a Friday evening when we were doing our saving. Then we started hearing messages tone. Then I said, wow, what's this? I started dancing.
Bwebwakya ku makya nayimukiramu ne ngenda ku dduuka ne ngula ekidomolo kya butto ne ngula eŋŋano yange ne ngenda mu kibuga ne nfuna akafo ne nkola display yange kati nsiika ebindaazi nsiika sumbuusa nsiika n'ebirol eggs abantu bye balya akasente kannyamba era kankolera.
Elegu is a town at the border of Uganda and South Sudan. The livelihoods of women cross-border traders in Elegu town were devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the closure of borders and nationwide lockdowns, their trade suffered. The women lost their incomes and businesses. To help women cross-border traders bounce back from the economic shock and build resilience for the future, the Informal Women Cross-Border Trade Project was set up. The project is an initiative of Financial Sector Deepening Uganda in collaboration with Trademark East Africa, with support from 100 Weeks. This project provided unconditional cash transfers and business.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. I would love for us to take our seats. We're getting into our second half of the day for today, and would love to make sure that we have very productive conversations. So if you can hear my voice and you are not settled on your table yet, at your table, I'd request for you to take your seats while we continue with these conversations. So over lunch, I spoke to a few people and I picked up a few highlights here and there, but I thought to myself, it would be really sad if we walked out of this room without highlighting some of the things that have stood out for us. So under just 1 minute, I would love for you to turn to your neighbor. I know I have a very church background, and where I come from, we do the whole turn to your neighbor quite a lot. So I would love for you to turn to your neighbor and just share one highlight from the session earlier. What's one thing that stood out for you, one thing that sparked curiosity, one thing that maybe made you formulate a question that's lingering in your mind? So yeah, I would love to see us talk to each other. So turn to your neighbor and share just one highlight from our morning session. We're about to invite our second panel, and we're going to do that in a bit. But before we can do that, just under 1 minute, share a highlight from the session earlier. We have 40 seconds to go. Just share a highlight from something that sparked your interest from earlier this morning. And I understand there's a couple of us that are watching online. If you're watching on YouTube, you can actually leave it in the comment section. Let us know if there's something that stood out for you, sparked your interest, caught your attention. All right. Thank you very much. May I have your attention once again? All right, we are getting into our next half of the conversations, but before we can even do that, there was a couple of questions about inclusivity before we got into our lunch break. Now, the Ministry of Trade, together with Trademark Africa, is in the process of creating or formulating a trade policy, right? And that desire, the national trade policy, and the desire is that it will be as inclusive as it possibly can be. So there's a QR code that's going to appear on your screen, and that QR code takes you to a page where you can share your insights on how to contribute to the conversation really about transforming Uganda's trade agenda. So if that's something that keeps your interest, if that's something that captures your mind, would love to hear your thoughts. I mean, that's why we are here, to make sure that we all contribute to a better trade environment for Uganda. So go ahead and scan that QR code and leave your thoughts over there. All right. I'll jump right into our next session. Our conversation is going to be hinged around the role of standards quality infrastructure to trade competitiveness. Now, this session, the intent really is to discuss opportunities, to discuss challenges and capacity issues related to standards quality infrastructure, SPS and TBT, and the national notification ecosystem. And I am very, 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 very delighted to invite the man who's going to be moderating this panel. All right, the man who's going to be moderating this panel, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, while we welcome Mr. Mubangizi. And Mr. Mubangizi is going to take us through the role of standards quality infrastructure. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome. You're welcome. And I'll go ahead and just invite the rest of his panel, representing Engineer James Kasigwa, the Executive Director of UNBS. I will invite to the stage the Deputy ED, Patricia Ejalu. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. I'm particularly excited for these insights. You're welcome, ma'am. All right, representing Mr. Patrick Mugisha, who is the Commissioner, Business Development and Quality Assurance, that's MTIC. Help me and put your hands together while we welcome Ketra, now Kenya. Very, 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 very interesting conversation we're going to have. I was intimating with Ketra earlier, and we're just picking up a few highlights from the conversation earlier. I can't wait to hear your take on standards. She particularly said, I wish people knew how much work goes behind, so we can't wait. And then, of course, to represent Mr. Stanley Ahimbisiwe, who's the Executive Director, Uganda National Accreditation. Please put your hands together while we welcome Mr. Musafili. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. All right, and lastly, to join the panel, coming in from HortiFresh Uganda, the Executive Director. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Fred Zake. A round of applause while he comes. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our panelists. And even before I welcome them, I just wanted to give a brief background. My name is Deus Mubangizi. I work with Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Currently, I'm responsible for accuracy of measurements, but on other times, we deal with standardization, quality assurance, metrology, and testing. Now, for most of you, I think you are aware that standards form a big basis for trade. And without standards, access to markets would be a nightmare. The same with manufacturers. Without standards, you may not know the quality of what you want to manufacture. And so that's how important the topic of discussion is today. So before you have a panel of experts from Uganda National Bureau of Standards, from Uganda National Accreditation Systems, from our Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and also from the private sector, Hot Fresh Uganda. And they'll be discussing with us so that we can know what we need to do to enhance standards so that we can facilitate our trade, both internal and external trade, both import and export, and also for local trade. So let me start with Madam Patricia Ejalu. You are our chief expert in standards, Madam. And as you may be aware, one of the biggest contributors to trade are what we call micro, small, and medium enterprises. Actually, I saw data saying almost 90% of our businesses are by SMEs. Now, they have been complaining about difficulties in getting standards, in getting standardization services, and also the cost of complying with the standards. So, Madam Patricia, can you kindly tell us what the situation is, what is good, what is hard, and what can we do to improve the access of standards and standardization services to the MSMEs? Madam Patricia.
Thank you very much, Deus, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we have been told that a big number of our people are under the MSME group, and there have been a lot of complaints. Now, over the years, UNBS has tried very hard to address the issues of the requirements that people have to go through to meet the standards and attain certification. We've done our best to try and reduce what is needed for the smaller business people, including the cost of the certification. However, and I could give some details, because some of us have been in the Bureau for quite a while, the history is still with us. There is a time when certification was 2 million shillings. And it has come down to 500,000 for the for the small and medium, no, for the micro and small, and 1 million for the medium and large. We've gone ahead to develop what we call the digital conformity mark, which is a per unit cost, 21 shillings per unit. So for the micro and small, especially in the categories where this has started, people are paying as low as 21,000 shillings for annual certification. You can't get any lower than that. But we have to remember that the standard remains a standard, whether you are small, medium, or large. The presence of aflatoxin is not required, whether you are small, medium, or large. So there comes a level where institutions like UNBS cannot go any further. If we attempt to reduce anything right now, we'll be rubber stamping. You will not be getting genuine certification. Remember, at the ESC, we have what we call a mutual recognition, and we assess each other, peer assessment. So if our colleagues find that we are not doing the same as they are, the products will not enter that market. So we need to find ways to help the micro and small enterprises meet the requirements. There is a level where they must be raised to meet these standards. Some of the challenges we are getting is that very small enterprises are coming with very many products. They have no experience in implementing standards, and This is their first time and they have come with 5 products. Immediately cost kicks you out because you can't afford to certify 5 products you have never implemented standards in. So one of the things we're encouraging our people is come with one and learn what it means. The other issue, which relates very much with the discussions that were held in the morning, we have the same people from the same place doing the same thing with the same resources. If we are 5 women who are in Chiruhura making yogurt, we all have milk, we are in the same region using that same raw material. Must we all make a product each for certification? Can the 5 women come together and pool their resources as the raw material and make one brand? Because crossing the certification is one hurdle. There is staying in the market. Who are you going to compete with? If we have 96 women making 96 products, which one shall I buy? Number 62? Those 96 women with the same raw material can come together and develop a brand that will keep them in business for a very long time. And we have our neighbors doing this already. We have somewhere to learn from. So sometimes it's not so much the entity. We've done as much as we can as a government entity. If we try and reduce this any further, we will not be helping. At this point, we need to find ways to help the micro and small pool their resources and develop viable entities that will produce products that will stay in the market for a longer time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. I think members have heard for yourselves, those who interact with SMEs, it would be good if you advise them to put their resources together, come as a group or as a team, and UNBS itself is doing something to encourage them. You can hear they have already reduced some of the costs so that everybody can fit in the process. And as you know, you cannot sell a product on the market currently if it is not certified by UNBS. Meaning we should encourage everybody not to fear UNBS, but to come and present their product and let it be certified, so that even the consumers, when they are consuming it, they are sure it is meeting standards. Now, the other role of UNBS is actually regulation of the market. So those SMEs and other imported and locally made products, UNBS is not only making standards, but also regulating them according to standards. And this brings me to Mr. Zake, who has been in this trade sector for quite some time. UNBS taking 80% of their time regulating your sectors. I was thinking that probably what we call self-regulation could contribute big time to the compliance of these institutions. So, can you tell us how self-regulation can help the private sector to meet standards requirements, but also reduce their costs of meeting standards? Mr. Zaki.
Thank you so much for that very good question. So I start by saying that self-regulation is not a substitute for the regulation and oversight provided by the government. These days I deal in fruits and vegetables, and there we actually want and support the UNBS to really do their work, MAIF to do their work, the NPPO, because in international trade, you really need the stamp of approval from these bodies. So the role of government and the private sector is very critical. But because the government cannot reach every spot, and for fruits and vegetables, any mishap means that the produce may go bad. Already 40% goes bad. So the private sector say, while we collaborate with the government, we also need to do something about it. So the associations, the community-based organizations, they also get involved to try and train, to try and provide the information. Because although the law says ignorance of the law is not a defense, you have to really go out. So we are working with the private sector to try and make sure that they understand and conform to what is required. It's also important to know what the market wants. I had a chance, sponsored by the government of Uganda, to go to the UK to look at where our fruits and vegetables arrive. And what I saw opened me up. I haven't been traveling a lot since then because I realized we have a lot of work to do. They put our Ugandan goods alongside goods even from Rwanda, Ethiopia, Kenya, Barbados, from packaging, from the way the goods are put, the sizes, the colors, the ripening, standardization. So there you feel that you really need a strong government to really come in and support. So associations like Hortifresh, we partner with the ministries. We have set up codes of conduct to tell people how to dry, how to harvest, when to harvest. These disciplines are important because they can affect the price. Also, we're trying to build brand Uganda. So fruits and vegetables that come from Uganda, we're not competing. The market needs so much, they need by the container. So our role is really to train, to encourage people to come together. And there are 4 things we emphasize: quality, quantity, compliance, consistency. These are very, very important if you are to penetrate the international markets. And when you comply, the markets offer a better price. We're also partnering with private, there are private entities that offer voluntary standards, like Global Gap, like Fair Trade. So already there's regulation, but the private sector here and internationally are working together on these voluntary standards. Like how do you treat your workers? How do you handle the environment? These things can uplift the value of your produce so that you make more money. When you make more money, you can invest in the proper standards, proper pesticides, inputs. That's how we are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zake. I think the one I have taken very seriously is quality consistency. Once you get quality, don't fall back. Don't retrogress. Meaning, if you have been able to be helped by the private sector who are doing self-regulation, and probably the other regulators like the ministry and UNBS, and you make that standard mark or you reach that standard level, please don't retrogress. Make sure you honor, maintain, and even move higher than that. Which now brings me to the issue of our national accreditation services. Mr. Musafiri, please tell us what you recommend as reforms or as systems that would help us to realize compliance with the standards, and also for those who are in the process of certifying conformity assessment to qualify for accreditation. What reforms would you recommend for both the regulators and also the people involved in trade, the private sector?
Thank you, the moderator, for that question. Richard Musafiri is my name, and I'm currently the head of National Accreditation Services. Accreditation is one pillar of national quality infrastructure. Standards is one. We have metrology. We have conformity assessment, which are the testing laboratory certification bodies and inspection bodies. Then you have accreditation, which is the checker of the checker. Accreditation attests that the reports, test reports, inspection reports from a particular either laboratory or certification body is reliable, should be trusted and credible. That's why it is very key to promote competitiveness for trade. It is important, it protects the health and safety of the people. That's why the medical laboratories, most of the facilities I have who are coming to seek accreditation are coming from 80% is coming from medical laboratories. And you can recall why it is important when we had a problem with the DNA testing, with the poor results coming from somewhere and causing problems among the public, until the Minister of Health had to say, please, DNA tests should only come from accredited laboratories. That's why that, in fact, that facility is important. That's now the missing link of the national quality infrastructure, which enhances the competitiveness, which facilitates trade, and reduces the cost of doing business. Currently, facilities within this country, let me say testing laboratories, certification bodies, and inspection bodies, are getting these accreditation services from out of Uganda. Many of them are coming from South Africa. We have those from Kenya accreditation services, and others are coming from Europe. For example, Chemifa is getting from Europe. So all these costs of accreditation is too high and unsustainable for our people. Why? Because the laboratory or the inspection body has to pay for the return flight air ticket for these technical experts coming to assess, and they have to sleep in 5-star hotel because that are the requirements. The allowances you pay to them is according to their government rates. So that cost of accreditation, if you supported these Ugandans to start fast walking quickly, then we'll have cut the cost of accreditation. We should even encourage more people, more of the private sector, especially the private sector, because of the high cost of accreditation from external services. Very few of them are the only international, most of them which I've seen are from international companies, because they know the value of accreditation. So the word in international goes that accredited once, accepted everywhere. Yeah? Those of you who are reading WTO agreement, clause 5 and 6 tells about the requirements, how accredited conformity assessment certificate should not be rejected in international market. So it enhances what? Market access, which is very key of what we are going to do. Other than health, now there are issues which are coming. The global value chains are changing because of globalization. Now we need to trade out. Sometimes digital aspects are coming on. Artificial intelligence is coming on, robotics and all that. All those need to be checked. So that's how we can, accreditation can help us enhance our competitiveness. And further still, we shall be employing our own experts. At the moment, what I'm doing, we are training, I've trained more than 50 experts, assessors, both technical and lead assessors. Now we are working on how we can help our committees, technical committees, who will be approving, who will be assessing whether we issue an accreditation or not. So those are the areas we are currently building the capacity. So once we do that, we will be ready and reduce. Honestly, from my calculations, I've done that. If we do accreditation here, we will save about 30 to 40% of the cost of accreditation. Because flight will not be there, hotel, you'll be coming from your homes. That cost, you will only be paying the annual accreditation fees. Experts will be at our local government salary scales. So that's how it's important to support this and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musafiri. I think on a selfish note, you have encouraged me to think of becoming an accreditation expert or something. Because if you are encouraging that accreditation should be done by Ugandans in Uganda, so that we can avoid foreign accreditation bodies which charge us an arm and a leg, so us to get accredited, and yet you will know that access to external markets, one of the primary requirements is testing or certification by an accredited body. So if your product has a certificate from the laboratory which is accredited, your access to the market is very simplified. If you are exporting and you are certified by an accredited body, access to the market is very guaranteed. So I think I'm very happy with your approach. If you can employ our local people here to do the accreditation assessments, and then you accredit the conformity assessors, the testing labs, calibration labs, certification bodies, and then we get the market outside. I think who can be better happy than that one? Now, which brings us to our culture here in Uganda, especially SMEs. Madam Ketra, how can we encourage Ugandan MSMEs to build that quality culture that encourages compliance standards, that encourages accreditation, that encourages, compliance to standards voluntarily? How can we build that quality culture in our MSMEs? Madam Ketra.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Ketra Nakayenga Chintu, and I'm in charge of quality and standards, working as principal in charge of quality and standards. Yes, I want to respond by saying when we have our private sector investing all their resources in their enterprises, and we have our farmers investing in the farms, and we have the investors and the academia providing all the articles and publishing globally, and then we have the banking institutions providing all the resources. And then we have government providing monies for PDM. So the question comes back to us, the quality gurus. Can we provide that environment? Can we provide the policy environment for the SMEs to voluntarily comply? And so it comes with a lot of commitment. It comes with a lot of effort. But I must say we commend our government, because having assessed the situation on ground, that SMEs need to voluntarily come through to comply to standards and quality. In the year 2016, the MSME policy came to play, and it actually came to address those very gaps that my colleagues have been alluding to. And in that MSME policy, we had an opportunity to institutionalize and establish a department specifically for business development and quality assurance. And over time, dealing with SMEs, we have realized that actually there are gaps in knowledge. It is not that the SMEs are adamant to comply. There are gaps. There are gaps in even utilizing the standards that come from the UNBS. And so these standards are science-based. There are issues to do with conceptualizing and understanding the parameters they are in. So many times realize that SMEs fall victims of what we call consultants, the experts out there that are equally doing business. So as the Department of Business Development and Quality Assurance, we come through to bridge that gap. Over time, we have worked closely with several SMEs, and we have worked with them on the journey, preparing them to get certified by the UNBS. And the role of the department is not a competitive role with the UNBS, but the department basically has officers equally technical enough to interpret these standards that are science and support the SMEs, understand these parameters, prepare them with the documents on site at the facility, take them through the audit procedures that the auditor from the certification department is going to take them through. And so we have actually seen response. We have a number of SMEs that have gone through our hands, and we have walked the journey with them. And what comes to mind is, actually we need to be on ground. We need to be with these people, because when UNBS comes, they come as examiners. it's more like, the principle of a carrot and stick. There are no carrots, it's a stick. You either pass or you fail. And when you fail, there are actually costs implied. It means you're going to redo the tests, you're going to pay again, you're going to run through a couple of, cost implicated. So we have walked the journey, and when we walk with them, they feel the burden is less. It gets lighter and it gets quicker. So I could say perhaps now the gap now that still stands, whereas we have commercial officers at the district, the local government, that are seen to be cooperative officers, we ask ourselves, where are the quality experts that can bridge the gap, that are close to the districts? We have the production officers from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have many more officers, but we realize that there is a gap in ensuring that there is a quality and standards officer that can bridge the gap and ensure that these principles continuously reach. Another time when I was in Maracha and we were preparing some of these SMEs, I came across a confectionery, and the lady was scooping sodium bicarbonate with a hand. Unacceptable in the standards. You see, in complying to standards, we call it continuous improvement. And you realize that actually these enterprises are not aware of the procedures that are supposed to be taken. They may not necessarily be in sodium carbonate, they may be in other toxic chemicals, and they may end up poisoning themselves and exposing. So we realize that we have to be more and more on the ground. And again, we have to ensure that even at the district, as we implement the policy, we expand and allow for filling of these positions to see that even a quality officer can actually be at the district. Because if you go at the district and you assess the infrastructure at the district, you may not find an officer with the competences of a quality and standards officer. So I want to submit by saying that having a close walk with enterprises in these areas will help the SMEs voluntarily come through and appreciate the journey, because it is a process. Certification is a process. It is not an event, but we shall certainly make headway with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ketra. I think I have picked a very important thing about being nearer to the SMEs and having knowledge of people to handhold those SMEs. Dear members, especially our Honorable Minister, I think you can see that we have the sources of the knowledge, we have the sources of information for traders, for SMEs, with matters to do with standards, matters to do with accreditation, and matters to do with real trade facilitation. I think what is remaining is us to take action. And like Madam Keto has said, why can't we get closer to the SMEs, give them the information and knowledge, train more experts to be near them, so that even if you are in Karamoja, whether you are in Kisoro, if you want somebody to teach you about standards and quality conformance, you don't have to call Kampala and spend a lot of money. I think I don't have to go beyond that. I will just request you to give a loud hand clap to our guests here. I think all of us have taken one or two things from them. And of course, I'm sure most of you have also built up questions. And I think Paula will lead us in the response to the questions, and we'll see what follows next. Otherwise, thank you so much.
All right, another round of applause for Mr. Mwangizi. All right, so I also noticed, I don't think I'm saying my name enough. Somebody was saying, Madam Moderator, my name is Paula. So yeah, for purposes of that, but okay. Would love to take a few questions, and we're going to take just about 3 questions from, please allow me give an opportunity first to the people who haven't really spoken from this side. So there's a gentleman over there, a lady in the middle, a gentleman at the back. We'll take those 3 first and then see how to answer the rest. Precise? And then if you have identified someone on the panel you'd like to answer your question, please direct it to them.
Thank you so much. My name is Herbert Kafera. I work with Siatini. I would like to specifically ask one question, and I request Ms. Patricia Ejalu to respond to the same. Siatini works towards advocating for a supportive policy ecosystem for MSMEs, but the issue of certification has, in a way, been addressed. But there is still a challenge with laboratory testing fees, because laboratory testing fees are charged per parameter, meaning one pays for a specific test. It's not a flat rate. Like how the certification fees were reduced, is there a possibility for the laboratory testing fees to be reduced? Thank you.
All right, Ms. Patricia, you've noted that one. We'll have the lady.
Thank you. Dorothy Wegoye Chimol is my name. I'm the Managing Director, D&M Group International Limited. I am an agro-processor. I have journeyed with UNBS since 2012, so I'm familiar with everything that has been discussed, and I also appreciate the journey that UNBS has taken to this day. I must note that there has been very significant improvement. Thank you and keep it up. However, I want to note a few things. We have been talking about MSMEs, but even within MSMEs, while we categorize the different enterprises, we must also categorize the intellectual capacity of the different MSMEs. The same way they are the literate, they are also those that are not educated in this category. So you must categorize the information and how it is dispensed to the different categories of MSME individuals at different levels and in different areas. Today we are talking about trade review in relation to export. And this is not something that I would only talk about when it comes to UNBS. Last year, I was lucky to enter the export market. I almost lost a client because of the systems, audit challenges. I'm an SME. I have paid my audit fees and all other related fees. I expect that the auditors are going to come and audit me. But midway, an auditor calls me and says we have to postpone to an unknown date because we don't have funds. And the question is, I have paid my audit fees. So why should it be my problem that I'm not audited on time, bringing the event of me losing an export client that we are here talking about in the conference? Because government has not released funds to UNBS to perform their duties. I'm going back to government because we pay through URA, PRNs. So that is a hindrance to we as MSMEs who desire to fulfill the national plan of exports. It has not been the first time, but there are several times you plan for audit and the auditors can't come because they don't have funds. I reached a point of even telling one of the auditors, can I please give you transport fare and you come? Why? Because I don't want to lose my client. So I think that is an issue that we must streamline across the value chain. We must be sensitive to the national agenda that we are talking about because this growth relates to all of us. While I'm looking for profit, the government is also looking for its interest through my engagements. That is a gap. Another thing I want to talk about, we are talking about quality and standards. For several times through Siatini, I want to believe many people have heard my voice. When we talk about exports and we talk about standards, there is a particular section along the value chain that government has consistently still refused to intervene, and that is plastics. I'll give an example of horticulture. I produce chili sauce and tomato ketchup and chili oil. My product in plastics lasts on the shelf for 1 year. If I put it in glass, it will last between 2 to 3 years. And we have said, if we are focusing on exports, why can't the packaging industry in Uganda be addressed? If we have on average 5 plastic industries, why are we failing to have at least 1 glass industry? Why? Because if I'm going to export to Rwanda, or if I'm going to export to Zanzibar, I do not want my product to only last 5 months on the shelf, and they are telling me that our clients can't purchase the product. Why? On average, give a product 2 months to sit on the shelf of a supermarket. Give it, clients stop buying these products 1 to 2 months to expiry, meaning that in plastics, we cannot export. We need glass for a longer shelf life to be able to address the export markets. And that is a quality issue when we are talking about export. Another quality issue I want to address, unfortunately I didn't come with my products, I have tested this on one of the conferences. What is the quality of the plastics that we are accepting our content to be in? Because when they're talking about quality, they're talking about the quality of the content in the package. They are not talking about the quality of the packaging material. And when we talk about quality, we are talking about the health of the consumer. We are required to package for my products at least 65 degrees to kill every microorganism that could be in the product. If I package that, it means that this plastic is going to shrink. If I don't want it to shrink, I must have a container with water, dip in this plastic to be able to pour in my product such that the product does not shrink. The question is, what is the chemical reaction from these plastics into the product that the consumer is going to consume? We are talking about a lot of cancer in the world today, but is it possible that the packaging materials we are using are contributing to the health compromise of the citizens? So we have talked about this through Siatini in many conferences and workshops, but this thing is landing on deaf ears. I'm an agro-processor. I will look for money. I will do everything I need to do to get my money. But at the back of my mind, I'll ask myself, what is the health of these people consuming? So while we review, you're going to say that go to China, go to Kenya, get these things. I will go to China probably and go to Kenya and get these things. But the question is my product competitive on a price level? Because I'll add in the fare to go and get these packagings. But is it competitive with Hanes? Is it competitive with other products on the market? If I must be able to import to be able to as well export. So these are some of the issues that we must address. But I also must state that there is a lot of talking. You get it? There is a lot of talking. The question is, at what point are we going to actualize what we are talking about?
Thank you very much.
At what point are we going to implement what we are talking about? The talking is too much. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, Patricia, you will take response on that. So because the questions are a bit healthy, we shall first answer those two, and they're both directed to you, Patricia, and then we'll take on other questions. Yes, I see your hands. So after she answers, we shall take on those other questions.
Thank you very much. Straight to the issue on lab testing. Is it possible to reduce the fees? Yes, it is. And there are two things that we're working on to do that. The first one is what I mentioned with the digital conformity mark. Because it is a per unit certification fee, it takes up both the certification and the testing. So you don't pay certification, then testing. You pay for your unit price depending on the number of products you're making, and that's it. So for the micro and small, it works very well for them. Right now, that is working for the products that are either under three categories: cosmetics, electrical items, and construction. But we intend to review the regulation to include all other products. The other thing that we're doing, because we manage both the systems together, is we are carrying out what we call a risk profile of the testing parameters that we have. We have a lot of data because of the digital systems that we are running. So we have data on the testing performance of different products as far back as 2015-16. So now we are able to assess what are the parameters that over the years have not been failing. Why do we need to keep testing them all the time? We can keep that on a monitoring basis as a government entity, but require the private sector to only test for the parameters which are clearly showing that there is some variation. So that will also help in reducing the fee. The MSMEs, intellectual capacity, I agree. And as we're looking at the groupings, part of what we do, of course, at UNBS is when we develop standards, we also try to simplify them, to bring them down to languages that people can understand, using pictorials to define the practices that we want people to implement. But I highly, highly recommend that even with the differences in intellectual capacity education, the best thing to do, what really works with us as a government entity is when we work through associations, groupings, where people come together and are able to learn from those who have gone before them. The funding model, I think already a lot has been mentioned. We can safely say that at least for now, the budget allocation that has been given to UNBS for the next financial year, this current one, we were working on about 55 billion, but 25-26 has been raised to 103 billion. So we are praying that it will become a reality. But the truth is yes, the funds that we receive are fees for us to be able to do the work. And as government, we must be very clear on making those funds available. Issues of plastics and glass. Packaging material, of course, there's a variety for different purposes, and different materials work for different products. We must make sure that we have these standards available for the different products. And part of the standards, as has been mentioned, standards are science-based products. So I would definitely encourage that to be clear and to be assured, because right now we have standards for packaging that will not affect it has to be food grade. We have plastics that have been defined as food grade internationally. But we need to be able to use our local data in making sure that we are developing standards that cater expressively for plastics that will work with our foods. Different foods have different components in them. Some are heavy on acid. Some, as the lady has mentioned, need high temperatures. So what is the impact there? And we need to be able to do those studies and include that in our standards so that we are able to manage it here in Uganda. So the quality of packaging and the issues of transference or migration of the product, the packaging material into the food, is something we can ably handle by having the testing capacity here, being able to assess this and make sure that we cater for it in the standards that we are developing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. A round of applause for her. I think she answered that very well. There was a question on, allow me to wrap this up, and this is how we are going to do this. There's a QR code, and media team, I would request that you put that up once again. National trade policy is being developed, and for your inputs, for your suggestions, especially if it's not questions, please leave them in there. That way, the team that is developing Ministry of Trade and Trademark Africa have all your suggestions in there. Please scan the QR code. and then leave your thoughts. I'd like to hand over back to the moderator to give a vote of thanks rather, to his team, and then we'll invite the next panel.
Thank you so much, our MC. I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank our panelists for having ably explained to us what is being done by government and the different agencies and entities in making sure that standards are taken care of in our trade and manufacturing, so that market access is simplified, but also for accepting proposals from members on what we should do to improve. Continuous improvement should be our policy. Improve market access, improve everything that we are doing. And with that, allow me to end this session by giving a round of applause again to my able panelists. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best.
All right, thank you very much. As you take your seats, let's give them a round of applause. And for any questions that haven't been addressed, please bear with us and leave those on the QR code if there are suggestions, if it's your input. And if there are questions, I will implore you to write them down. We'll find a way to deal with them later. All right, it is my pleasure to invite the next panel, and the next session is really just going to be discussing the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is arguably the biggest or largest free trade area in the world, right? And just as a new market frontier for Uganda, the opportunities there in the stakeholder involvement in tapping into this market and all of that. So I'd love to invite the moderator of this panel, and it gives me so much joy to invite the Professor of Public Administration and Management also. He is the Dean of School of Management Sciences at Uganda Management Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Round of applause for Professor Kareja Kagambirwe, and let's welcome him to the stage.
Thank you and good afternoon to all of you. Panel 3, Seizing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Market Opportunities. This session will discuss the African Continental Free Trade Area as a new market frontier for Uganda, highlighting the opportunities and stakeholder involvement in tapping in its market. To help us appreciate this topic further, we have a distinguished panel. I'll begin by inviting the first panelist, and as she comes, you'll give her a round of applause. Mrs. Ampumuza Esther Ann. She's a business lady who has done business in Africa in almost 40 countries. She has deep knowledge of how barriers affect and are navigated. She has also founded a big company. You saw it as you entered on the right-hand side, that is producing high-quality international certified products, Mashida Foods Limited. Join me to welcome Ampumuza Esther Ann. Please have your seat, and thank you. Our second panelist is Dr. Thaddeus Musoke. Dr. Thaddeus Musoke has a doctorate in global leadership. He is the chairperson of Kampala City Traders Association. He is also a chairman of a number of businesses, including schools, hospitals, and other areas. He's a business consultant as well. And also, he's on the Kampala Metropolitan Development Forum. Dr. Musoke, you're very welcome. The hand claps seem to suggest that the lunch was not sufficient. Yeah, I can see the approval from Minister. Thank you so much. The next panelist, Professor Veronica Alice Ramwaka. She's a distinguished scholar, consultant, and practitioner in pharmaceutical care and higher education. She's based at Gulu University. Professor Ramwaka, you're welcome. Our third panelist is beg your pardon. Fourth panelist is our keynote speaker. We thought that he should still wrap up the day. He started the day. He deserves to wrap it up. Dr. Isaac Shinywenkwa, Director, Regional Trade and Integration at the Economic Policy Research Center based at Makerere University. Thank you. I think we shall follow the order as they have sat. And you are into the business. 40 African countries. The African Continental Free Trade Area has come up as a frontier of opportunity. Would you like to shed some light on some of the opportunities that you've seen, and maybe 2 or 3 challenges that, or barriers that you've faced, how you've navigated them, or how you'd wish more to be done? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gerard Karija. And also I want to take this opportunity to thank our State Minister, General Mbadi, and also the PS of Trade and the embassy representatives and all of you present. I will only be brief because I'm not that person who speaks English. I am into the other area of, there is a gentleman who was here, I liked him, he said some of us are P2 dropouts, so we don't speak that too much English. So I will be on point on the challenges that we face out there, especially in the trade barriers. I am very experienced, a business person in business, and also our Minister of Trade, State for Trade here said if we say the truth in this discussion, then probably we can get the solution. For me, I am very happy that I'm here to discuss how we can get the benefits from this African continental free trade area. It's a very new policy or an agreement to my eyes, my ears, but still I want to thank the Ministry of Trade because they are the ones that actually told us about this agreement. They told us after we came to them crying as business people who have invested a lot in the region. I will give an example of our businesses that we started in DRC and many countries, but I wanted to bring just a simple example. The Masheda foods, we have displayed it out there. Some of you have seen the products. It's a big company you've had. internationally certified with the highest international certifications, BRC, IFS, and why we did that, we really wanted to be competitive in the market. We didn't want only to trade in Africa, but we wanted to explore other markets internationally. And that's why our company is certified internationally. We want to thank the Uganda Airlines. When we were starting in DRC, all of you, you know that there is a lot of challenges in infrastructure like trade, like the roads. So we have been using Uganda Airlines. Masheda Foods invested heavily in a big store in Kinshasa. And we started 2 years back. And we started fairly, doing well. We brought on board other Ugandan investors with products like meat, fresh meat, fresh milk, processed milk, packaged, and fruits and vegetables. I want to assure everyone here that we have a lot of demand out there of our products. Up to now, people are calling us for these products. The market demand is real, but some markets are not stable. They are not reliable. The tariffs are changing every day. We started with the taxes, $2. Tomorrow they asked 3.5, another day 5.5, until we came back. We did not close the offices because we had reached far. We had reached in supplying 54 stores in Kinshasa. But because of those challenges in tariffs and trade barriers, we came back. And I remember we first came to PASAID. We said PASAID is supporting the trade export. PASAID carried us to Ministry of Trade. We sat with the Ministry of Trade Commissioner, and they took us through. Everyone was talking about the agreement that was signed called African Continental Free Trade Area. It was new to us, but when we heard about it, we were very, very happy, and we said together we can make this. We continued talking to Ministry of Trade, and I believe strongly that there is going to be a solution, because I believe when we keep moving together, we can make the country's economy, we can boost the country's economy. I want to call upon the Ministry of Trade. I believe if you can invest in mobilizing the business people that are in agro-business, that are doing value addition, who are doing processing, and we sit together in this room and they share with you exactly the real problem, because they are doing the real product. And then we share the challenges together. You are going to enjoy your job. The market, the economy is going to be boosted. And all these challenges in the region
we are going to make sure we finish those challenges together. I myself have gone through, I've read this agreement when it was started, how it was signed. But will I do anything much? No. But I believe if I, with my fellow agro-business people, we come together with Ministry of Trade and other government offices, trust me, we are going to unlock all these trade barriers together. And we are going to make sure that we support our farmers and other agro-businesses. I don't know, the Kinshasa challenges is still there, but I know we are still trying to make sure we unlock those challenges together with the Ministry of Trade it's not only Kenya, it's not only Congo, even in Kenya. Last year we signed an agreement with one of the biggest distributors there, and they called us to take the samples. We reached at the airport, just 3 products per each samples. They wanted big taxes. And one of the persons said, I had said, give kidogo to kidogo, we go. I said, no, I want to learn. Because I hear there is free trade in East Africa, leave alone the Africa. But I even found that it was not what we are saying. They disturbed us, but I had to sit down so that I understand what we sit in the halls and talk. Is it real? And I found it is not real. In Kinshasa alone, I went to the ministry. I went to our embassy first. I met our trade attaché, who called for me, the customs consultant and the trade tariffs consultant. He said, give me just 2 days, I go to Ministry of Trade. They said, what you are talking about, African continental free trade area, it is not there in our books. So, sometimes we talk things, but making them actual and in practical is hard. And I'm not saying we are not going to do it. I believe together we shall do it. I don't know whether I have answered your question.
Thank you so much, Anne. You have given us the case study of Mashida. And actually, you were responding to the call of the minister in the morning. I heard the minister saying that we shall not only talk, but we shall translate these things into action. So, thanks for the vote of thanks to the ministry and also to the Uganda Airlines, and for offering that you are ready to work with government to ensure that these barriers overcome. So the big question she leaves us with is, how free is the Africa free, continental free trade area? According to her, still free in word, but unfree in action. I think that sets us to Kasita, Dr. Musoke. In the earlier presentation, somebody mentioned that if you are importing and exporting, then you are not trading. Kasita is known for much more for imports. We're not putting you at the firing squad, but you can help us appreciate what do you think your colleagues need to do differently to ensure that Uganda benefits from these markets that are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, the chair of the session.
Maybe for guidance in terms of time, we shall take 2 minutes.
It's okay. I will be able to utilize
I have
the
every
available
confidence.
minutes. Good afternoon, comrades. I will respect the protocol already established.
but in a special way, I have to recognize our State Minister for Trade, Jenombadi, the Permanent Secretary, and the team from the Ministry of Trade, and the comrades who have embraced this great engagement. It's so unique, and for sure we need to appreciate the Ministry of Trade because it's our mother ministry, and it plays a very vital role and contributes a lot to our economy. First of all, I need to clarify, CASITA is a multi-sectoral association whereby you can start as a vendor and you end up as an entrepreneur. I think I'm a very good example where I used to vend clothes, but now I'm an entrepreneur who has invested in different sectors. It's just about the poor perceptions Ugandans have to some associations. Even before, I thought you're going to say that CASITA is identified by demonstrating, because before, when the government didn't listen and engage the private sector, we had to make the government listen to the private sector. And by the CASITA has contributed a lot to the government engaging the private sector. That's why we have strategically engaged all ministries, all agencies. I'm happy, I saw Patricia here. One time I told Patricia that she's more of a politician when she was convincing the trading community. I mean, this, we know our contribution at the private sector. And for us, we have a saying that we have a EDB. In Uganda, even there is a saying that akana kembata keta kulira, because the government before, it wasn't engaging the private sector. But I'm happy for the task you have forwarded to me. First of all, I think talking about it is a good idea about these bigger markets. And because it has to change with the trading community, our perception. As we are changing the perception, we need even to identify what hinders the traders into championing the wider market. For instance, we had a very big challenge in South Sudan when our comrades, the trucks were confiscated, cereals and others, where they lost a lot of money. But the Ministry of Trade had to come in to intervene, the president and Madam Patricia and the team. For sure, they played a vital role. So those ones discourage the traders. Currently, we are still struggling. We are having over 20 trucks of scrap, which is stranded in South Sudan. We are engaging the ministry to see that how can our members be assisted. Unfortunately, what is happening in South Sudan, personally, I fear to go there, even if I'm given a free ticket to travel there currently. The same applies to most parts of Congo. They are not secure enough currently. So the concern of insecurity in most of the African countries is very vital, and it discourages. That's why some Ugandans prefer to trade in Uganda, where security is stable, than risking the life and even property. Because Ugandans, we have lost a lot of money in Congo, we have lost a lot of money, even life in South Sudan. Just that one of the examples. I'm happy. I want to thank my sister here because, you know, I liked her presentation. When she was starting to present, she was scaring us that true traders, they don't know how to speak. But my friend, I want to thank her. She has been on point. And for sure, I'm happy that the private sector currently, we can talk and talk. This talking, it encourages us. The more we talk about the challenges, the more the government can pick interest to see that how can it intervene to support the private sector. One time I was in Ntungamu, we were with several private sector players where the president openly told us that, yeah, you people of CASITA, you take my money. Now for me, even if COVID affected you, I cannot support you. And most of the government officials have that belief, which is so unfortunate. Why? Traders migrate I can start as an importer and then I turn into an exporter. Personally, I've been exporting avocado in Dubai. Even in the few weeks to come, we are coordinating with the Sharjah Chamber of Commerce with an expo of making sure that Ugandan products can access market in Dubai. So we play a lot as the private sector, but at times we are not recognized and our efforts are not recognized. We have a bigger challenge of access to affordable finance. The first panelist handled it so well, my comrade from the Uganda Manufacturers Association, like our sister echoed our concern. Going into international trade, it needs capital. And the challenges are so clear here. I want to repeat what he said before. But you cannot just wake up at night and say that I'm going into Congo to do business. You heard what she said. She invested, but even things are not okay. So you need to be stable. What should we do to benefit into this bigger market? We need to promote joint investment and joint businesses. I'm happy Patricia tried to echo it out. That you find in the village, everyone producing the same commodity. Why can't we consolidate? Given the fact that we are presenting to the ministry, which is ready to listen and make sure there are more changes. The cooperative model. We have seen countries where the cooperative model has assisted the trading community to have joint investments. But do you know what is happening here in Uganda? Someone, when he forms a cooperative, says, I'm going to give you money. But there is a lot which we need to do. For instance, when you lose a relative, a comrade, we can mobilize slowly and we get those funds. And the burial is done in more colorful way. Weddings. For me, my sector, my friend, when I invite you to our traders' weddings, you may think that they are off from America. They waste a lot of money in those functions. But can't we develop a strategy of changing the perception of Ugandans and encouraging them to have joint investments? Our comrades, the Chinese, are doing it. Indians are doing it. Even other Kenyans. What's wrong with Ugandans? Everyone wants to be a CEO, a director. So I think we need to do a lot, we as business leaders and as also the mother ministry, to make sure in order to tap the opportunities in the international market and the bigger market, we need joint investments. This is a very good strategy. My sister was trying to, I'm sorry to repeat your concerns, but I was happy with your presentation. About the Uganda Airlines, we happy the government, after several times attacking, we used to attack the government. And I'm proud of that because you see now we have Uganda Airlines. We used to suffer with Kenya Airlines. And we used to tell the president we need our own Uganda Airlines. I'm happy the president listened. The same applies to Uganda Rail. Who doesn't know that Uganda Rail transport and water transport is one of the cheapest modes of transport? But you see what happened? That the government had donated our infrastructure for the railway to a foreign company. The same what is happening now, you see, with Umeme. Unfortunately, I'm one of the shareholders of Umeme. But they are cheating Ugandans. Even currently, I think it's economic sabotage. You people, I don't know if you have realized that even electricity now is not reliable. How will we facilitate manufacturing and value addition if even access to electricity is expensive, even it's not reliable, it's on and off? I think they are giving us turmoil agenda. I think, remember that. I'm sorry for me, when I'm talking with the issues of the private sector, I'm passionate. No. Because we, the private sector, play a lot in supporting the economy. And the people in government, public, they are few. And our comrades, after leaving those big positions, they come and appreciate, Kasita. We used to have a negative attitude towards Kasita, but now also, we need your assistance. And we have assisted many. So, with these, please, comrades, I want to recommend the Ministry of Trade for this great engagement. I just wish
Thank
my
you.
Bailivis. I saw my comrade there, Sechindi, the chairman of tailors. You know, we struggle with him a lot. So we go,
doctors, you wind up.
We go through a lot in order to make sure that our business thrive. So for the infrastructure, just within some few minutes, we still have a bigger challenge. Mainly now in Congo, you see the issues. That's why even the government was intervening to make sure that some roads are being constructed. So what is perturbing me? Why should the cost of air transport be so expensive when I'm going to Rwanda or Congo than going to Dubai? So those are the issues I think we need to discuss. These are obstacles, I don't know, maybe they were established by the colonial masters, but we as Africans, can we address this? Then also, as the government was championing these bigger markets, we need also to champion partnerships. Because when you go now in Congo, they look at you as competitors.
Doctor, you have half a minute.
But we should also champion partnerships. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you so much for your passion. And be assured that Kasita is a partner. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. And I saw the minister nodding. Prof. Ramwaka, just 2 critical reforms that you think are necessary for us to benefit from this free trade area as a country.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the Ministry of Trade, the Minister of Trade, the Permanent Secretary, representative of the Operation Wealth Creation for Uganda, and all protocols observed. For promotion of trade in Uganda and Africa, I'm going to talk from the academic point of view, and I'll bring in an area which is very virgin that Uganda will greatly benefit from. That is seizing the market opportunity, leveraging Uganda's traditional medicines and the biodiversity, which had for long been overlooked. We all know that the African continental free trade area presents a significant opportunity for Uganda. I'm actually also hearing about it for the first time now, but now that the people concerned are all here, they will do something about it so that we benefit. So it's good for Uganda to expand its trade and footprint and diversity, or diversify its economy with a focus on traditional medicine and biodiversity. Uganda can capitalize on its unique strength and tap into diverse market. This is still a very virgin market, and market demand is very, very, very high. I was in South Korea, and they buy African ginseng at $2,000 per kilo. Now, if we as a country is able to send maybe 10,000 tons of the African ginseng per month, how much money is that? So, all of us here.
Prof, members seem to be wondering what ginseng is. I can read from the audience.
Yes?
The product you're talking about, people are trying to consult each other. What exactly that is?
It's part of the traditional medicine that we have in this country. And I would go further to say that the Uganda traditional medicine sector is a hidden gem. It's our gold. Uganda is a home to a very rich tradition of herbal medicine with over 300 species that is used for medicinal purposes. The world now is fighting with antimicrobial resistance. All of you have heard about that, but I do a lot of traditional medicine research, and it's just like a bullet shot when you do with traditional medicine. And that is a plus for this country, because the traditional medicine sector in this country is estimated to be worth billions of shillings, with a significant portion of the population relying on these remedies. You notice during the COVID time, when everyone was so scared, we had to go African, and we got, like, I innovated COVID that was very effective, and His Excellency, the President, still talks about it. We have the science and we have the laboratory to test these things. Conventional or non-conventional, it works. And we have that within our system, within our forest, and Uganda has a very large forest cover. So what is the market opportunities? This, what I've just said, offers immense opportunities for the Ugandan traditional medicine sector. We are not saying everybody should go into it, but the Ministry of Trade can partner with institutions that are already carrying out research on that and increase the market access, talking positively about it. So with this AFCFTA market, Uganda can then, according to my own calculation, access a market of over 1,003 billion people, and increasing the potential for export and revenue. So if each person buys only for 1,000 shillings every day, so every day Uganda would be making 1.3 billion shillings. So diversification of this product demands that if we innovate it properly, diversify, Uganda will be the leading exporter of traditional medicine to other parts of the country. And value addition, if we add on, improve onto the packaging and formulation and standardization, Uganda can move up the value chain by processing and packaging these products for export and increasing their competitiveness and also socio-economic status of the people who will be dealing in this. So, in leveraging this biodiversity, and now that we know that Uganda is very rich in biodiversity and that this is a significant asset in the development of the traditional medicine sector in this country, we need to take note that most unique plant species are available in Uganda and not anywhere else. I give an example of Wabugia ugandensis. Wabugia ugandensis was a lifesaver during the COVID time, and it is highly demanded for the world over. And if the Ministry of Trade could cordon off the area, it will provide us and give us the advantage over the markets. And then that means that the ministry, in support with the other line stakeholders and ministries, should move in for conservation and sustainable use of these products so that it is not destroyed. I think we heard that Sim was the gold of Uganda, and because it was fetching a lot of money, it was therefore adulterated. So we need to move towards prevention of adulteration. So what are the other way forward? The other way forward is to seize these new market opportunities, and therefore I recommend that Uganda as a country should develop a national traditional medicine policy and regulation alongside the act that we already have that has already been signed and passed on recently. And this policy should outline the government's vision strategies and the implementation of the regulatory frameworks for the traditional medicine sector and the interlinking line between the CFTA and the Ministry of Trade, and then the other sectors. An example, when I was traveling for a conference, URA found me with herbal medicine that I had prepared, and they wanted to take a lot of taxes from it until when the manager came in and said, no, herbal medicine is taken as food, so she pays no taxes. And that was a plus on the side of Uganda, and eventually the message spread over, and it made life very, very easy. Next, Uganda as a country must invest in research, innovation, and development, particularly to improve onto the quality, safety, and efficacy of the traditional medicine. There, you are going to hit the market and make money to improve onto the socio-economic status of our people and usher Uganda into its vision of 2040. Third, we need to enhance quality control and standardization. We have quite a number of accredited laboratories within this country which are not being ably utilized. You should prepare guidelines and regulation that gives access to this. So I would like to mention also recently the intervention of the Uganda government of setting up a bioscience hub at Kakoge. Though it is newly launched, we believe that in the future it will establish a robust quality control and standardization mechanism to ensure that traditional medicine products meets international standard. And as a country, I believe we will be the only one in the world based on our numerous biodiversity, which is not available anywhere in the world. Fourthly, the ministry should support us in promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. Now, here, Uganda is trying, though, through putting
Maybe
several
you'd like to
skilling.
abridge it.
Just 1 second. Setting up various skilling hubs, but traditional medicine sector has been left out. So we would like you to speak to the government, though you are a government, to encourage the development of new products and businesses related to traditional medicine. In conclusion, therefore, I say that leveraging traditional medicine sector and the biodiversity as a product and business, if Uganda capitalizes on that, basing on looking at the Africa market opportunities, it will drive our economy very far, it will grow, and will improve onto the livelihood of this citizen. So there is need to partner and collaborate with the academia. I say this for community transformation and for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the big takeaway is that how can we outcompete the Chinese to have our herbal? I'm glad they are out of the house. To have our herbal medicine and benefits at a global scale. So Agenda 2030 tenfold, we have more than gold. Isaac. Two policy recommendations, two practice. Two policy recommendations, two practice recommendations, and then we go into the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, I would like to treat this from this angle, that what my fellow panelists have given us is part of what we've been discussing since morning. What are the challenges? What are the solutions? And to the ministry, I just have three things. One, I have written 2 papers, one on opportunities for the FCTA, which I will share with the technical personnel of the ministry, identifying 15 top products, showing exactly who are the competitors in those markets and what are the amounts. For example, when we export coffee within Africa, we export a lot to Sudan, then who is the competitor in those markets? We're able to identify the competitors in terms of are they Europeans, are they Asians of those products. So in terms of opportunities. Then the second paper is on the challenges and what are the possible solutions. That's one. 2, I had, and I'm happy that we are soon launching the FCTA implementation strategy, and I bring back together the secretariat that will handle those related issues. Now, in that strategy, there's quite a lot that has been said on how to handle some of the issues we are discussing and grappling. And I think, to me, that's a starting point. Of course, a bit of time has elapsed, but what the ministry can do is to sort of update part of the strategies that are there, and I think that is a plus. That will help us. We have identified the opportunities, we have identified the problems, and then we have a strategy on how to go about that. And then finally, when we identify a market, as we have what we call market access, when we sign all these contracts. But what we have not done, which we are going to do, is what we call market presence. We need to think very critically to shift from market access to market presence. And all the things you are mentioning, accreditation, certification, standards, transport, logistics, are about making sure that we have a market presence. But I would like to go a little bit further on that. We need to be aggressive in our marketing to penetrate those markets. We need to invest money to earn money. We need to take people out there in those countries. For example, let's identify only 10 products and say, what can the National Bureau of Standards do to help us with those products? Then we send young people in those countries under what we discussed here, the commercial attaches, to really study and tell us exactly so that we refine. And once we learn from those 5 or so products, then we'll have known how to shift from market access, which we're seeing everywhere, to market presence. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just summarizing what we've had today in terms of shifting from market access to market presence. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much to you, Paula.
All right, thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panel. I think that was very well articulated. All right, we'll get into our Q&A almost immediately. Immediately, actually. So I'm looking around the room and I see people who have been having questions. So please make sure it's a question and then make sure it's precise and easily directed to anyone on the panel. Please go ahead.
Protocol observed. I'm Neviona Paul, doing value addition in dairy products. That is mainly changing raw milk into processed cheese. So I'm currently a managing director of Pearl of Africa Cheese, and that's what I do as my career. I have one question that goes to the panel, that what support mechanisms are needed to facilitate market access for SMEs in the dairy industry, and how can they access these mechanisms? And another question goes, should I repeat the question? The question says, what support mechanisms are needed to facilitate market access for SMEs in the dairy industry, and how can they access these mechanisms?
I think that's clear. Thank you.
Another question goes to Mr. Kasita. What are the potential benefits and challenges on regional and international cooperation in the dairy industry, and how can they be managed?
All right. Thank
Okay,
you very much.
that's all for today.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a question from you, sir. When you get the microphone, just say your name, where you're coming from, and then your question. Yes, please. There's a gentleman in the semi-middle row. Yes, the middle. Philip, Mr. Philip, yes. Okay, you can go first. Mr. Philip will go.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Samuel Waswa from Uganda Small Scale Industries Association. I'm a policy analyst. First of all, allow me to appreciate the State Minister and the PS. They have been here since morning. Many of the meetings I've attended, these people always come for a few minutes and they march out.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
Okay, entering the Africa Continental Free Trade. As my friend or my colleague, Mr. Allen, said, trade is a war. If we don't understand this, as the nation, even if we enter Africa Continental Free Trade, we are going to gain nothing. Remember that the principles governing this Africa Continental Free Trade, they give room, these nations, to set the national regulations. They can use these regulations to kick us out. 2, if we want to survive in this trade, we need to take standards as a priority. Madam Patricia was asked about the funds and said they have increased. The only solution is to improve their model of funding. They wanted to spend all. The government refused. They requested for 40%. Can we give them the 40% they want so that they can give us service? With the private sector, we pay this money. We don't want to hear this nonsense that there is no funds. We pay this money.
I think that also deserves a round of applause, right? 40%, why aren't we clapping about that one? Please proceed.
So, standards go with tracing of the product. As Uganda, we don't have barcodes. Markup supported the process. 3 weeks back, I asked, why haven't we completed this process? They said, Minister have failed to pay 15,000 US dollars. If we pay this barcode, it is a source of revenue even to the ministry. They can sell them to private sector to trace our product. Even if we enter the Africa Continental Free Trade, when we don't have these barcodes, we are going to lose traceability. If the product is good, we will not be able to trace the quality where this product is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll have one more, Mr. Philip, and then...
Thank you very much. I'm from OWC. Brother Minister, nice to see you here, Madam PS, and panelists. I think this really was a very good session because that's where we are going to create wealth, and I'm from Operation Wealth Creation. So I think this is the key, because the Ministry of Trade is the guardian of the exports to whether agricultural or industrial process. So it is the lead ministry to tell the country what to do, where to do it, and when to do, and how much. So when the committee was speaking, it was very pleasant to hear. But I think the issue here is how we organize ourselves after we have understood the situation. When the British came here and started making our great-grandfathers export coffee, cotton, tea, there were no roads. But the end result was they were able to create roads, exports, and Uganda had premium. We have lost that premium
quality in coffee today. Something went wrong, but our grandfathers were exporting premium and they were not speaking English. So what does that tell us? It tells us that it is even now much more possible for us to export into this region called Africa and even beyond. Because when they could export coffee, tea, tobacco without speaking English, no roads, and then the roads came, it meant that instead of complaining, they were finding solutions as they went. And just like my sister here, Professor, telling us that there is another area we have not looked. It could even be bigger than coffee. It could be bigger than tea. At 1 kilo for $2,000 of ginseng. Isn't that, what is that thing called in Luganda? Huh? Omulondo. Now Omulondo defeating coffee. You see these things. So we have not been paying enough attention to the issues. In other words, we have not been working together with our scientists who know what's happening elsewhere, which is another problem of our organization. So it's very important that I think we understand this. Now, in saying this, as I speak now, we have an organization in Uganda called UPDF. It is all over Africa. General, what is the secret? You are the commander. So why can't we get the businessmen to be like as powerful as UPDF has been? You see, he's saying that because we are doing internal fighting, we have lost focus, we don't know the situation, there is a problem. So I think we need to get ourselves organized, starting with the general. And I think that's why maybe the president brought general to the ministry to come and organize the battalions and brigade commanders of the traders and the industrialists to go. Because it is a war. You said it, yeah? It's a war and we must fight that war. So it is not an easy war, so the general, I'm sure, will be in a position to guide how we shall fight that war from assessing the situation. Now, the world trade, for those of you who are interested in data, stands today at $115 trillion. Mark that, $115 trillion. But our GDP is only 58 billion. And the total African trade, I've just calculated here, exports is about $615 billion, Africa. Imports, $700 billion. In other words, we're just about less than 10%, 1% of the global trade. So the world market is there. The other week here, food alone, Uganda, Africa imports $60 billion of food alone. That's an opportunity. Even if Uganda only exports 5 billion of food, well, that's 5 times the amount of coffee we're exporting. And as I speak now, South Sudan wants $2 billion of food. South Sudan, because Gezira is fighting, there is no food from there. We are not producing enough, they're importing from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Somalia, from Brazil, from America. All these opportunities exist, but we are not struggling over it. I think we need to sit together rather than blaming each other and agree that since these opportunities exist, who can do what?
Thank you.
I think that's to me the most important thing, and I beseech the general to invite us. But one quick last one. I think the problem again here is here. 60% of our industries are run by Asians and Europeans. Yeah. So there's another question. And we're not saying that they should not be here. Where are we? Correct. I think that is what's killing us.
Correct.
So let's pay attention to that and we resolve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. All right, so over to you, Professor Karija, to decide who responds to what on your panel, and then we can wrap this up.
Thank you. I think there was a clear question to Dr. Musoke on the dairy opportunities. Would you like to?
Thank you. You know, I have a research which I presented to the government about the dairy sector. It's one of the sectors which are doing so well in Uganda, whereby even by the most of the dairy products are now locally manufactured here. So I had to submit to the head of state. But about the regional challenges, these are so clear that the countries have been so protective to access the market freely. So I think, my comrade, we need to sit and digest more as we make presentation to the government. But that is the main challenge. And another thing is that even we have the big boys are benefiting. Lately, when we met the president of Tanzania, we were beginning to have also a slot in Tanzania where we can also have our dairy products. So I think we are engaging with Barbara Murana and the other teams, but I think when we engage, we can find possible solutions, my comrade. Briefly, that's what I can submit.
Thank you. He also talked about benefits, I think, potential benefits.
The opportunities.
For the benefits and opportunities, already, like I've said, are one of the sectors which are doing so well in Uganda. And currently, because the government is policy, most of the dairy products in the market are Ugandan products. So there is already market. So we are engaging, even through the East African Business Council, to make sure that other slots, like in the East African community, can also avail more market slots for our products.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
So it's profitable.
Right. Isaac, policy reversal. Government now collects all the money, decides what to give the agency. Government collects all the money, decides what to give UNBS. UNBS is hopeful that this time, since they have doubled their budget, it's very good enough, but they're not so sure whether it will be realized. Your thoughts to that?
Yeah, I think I read it in newspapers yesterday. I think it was the vision. Government is going to be even collecting fees for secondary schools. So it looks like it's a trend for a URA to be doing this job for many other government non-tax revenue. I don't know what to say, but I can say this. They can still collect, no problem, but let them effect the disbursements as quickly as possible to enable this process to go on. Otherwise, it will take us into the government bureaucracy and the way of doing things and delaying. Something that takes maybe 1 week ends up taking 6 months. Either they choose to leave this money at a source if they can't comply over time, or they comply over time to make sure this money is passed on. We've been in this discourse for quite long. In many meetings, the former moderator here was in one of the meetings and was very hard on officials from the Ministry of Finance. People come, I have done my payment, I need my certification, but it's taking 6 months. So it's a real problem, and I think instead of a policy reversal, they can find means and ways to effect the disbursements on time.
Thank you. Over to you, Professor, to just give a vote of thanks to the... Actually, before you do that, there was a question on barcodes. Yes. I'd like to invite Mr. Manzi Winston from GSI Uganda, and he's going to just give clarity before we can wrap up the panel for today.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Honorable Minister, PS, and the audience. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide a clarification. But first of all, my name is Winston Manzi. I'm the chairman of the board of GS1 Uganda, which is a membership organization that we have set up to implement Uganda-specific internationally recognized barcodes. The policy analyst from UZIA made a point about the challenge regarding implementation of those barcodes here in Uganda. And it is true, it has been a challenge for quite some time. Most of the products, or if not all the products in Uganda, bear barcodes that come from other countries or other territories, and they definitely impact negatively on the data and other related information regarding our products going into trade. It's true, we've done all the preliminary requirements. We've also earned accreditation for Uganda. We have a country prefix. We only need to have that payment done, and we finalize with the preparations for launching that Uganda-specific barcode in the country. Tomorrow, we have a slot on one of the panels. We'll be able to talk more about the technology and the benefits and the importance of these barcodes. I only wanted to clarify and confirm the concern raised by the policy analyst that it is true, but we are on the right track. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Once again, we want to thank our panel for the distinguished presentation. Dr. Isaac Shinyeka, thank you so much for your insights. Professor Lamwaka for pointing to the new gold. Dr. Msoke for your very insightful comments. And the North P2 Masheda Foods, we're grateful for your contribution. Somebody thanked the leadership of the ministry for being here till the end of the day. But in my other life, I also observe public affairs. Today I learned a new mantra that trade is war. At one time also there was war in trade. So thanks for the quiet in the ministry. We hope that that is sustained. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to this panel. Oh, wow. So before we can go, let's take a picture.
Is it discourteous to invite the leadership of the ministry to join us?
Would love to invite the leadership of the ministry, Permanent Secretary and General, to join us in this picture. The other panelists didn't ask. These ones have been sharp. Next to General. All right. Thank you very much, dear panelists. We appreciate you. This is going to give us time to join your pictures, so please. Thank you very much. All right, we would love to bring this conversation to a close. Before we can even wrap the conversation up, I would like to recognize the representative of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to the representative. Thank you very much for coming. And these people through Trademark Africa are the reason why we are having this conversation. So thank you. All right, before I can invite a gentleman who's going to bring this to a close, I think one of the things that have caught my attention or lingered in my mind while we were having these conversations is personal agency. And what I mean by that is, do we actually believe that everybody in this room has the potential to impact the trade environment of Uganda? I was thinking about a random Brenda somewhere in Chisasi who's making clothes and has no idea about standards, has no idea about, but they're doing their best. And yet you, their neighbor, have this information. How can we make sure that everybody in Uganda knows that they can impact the trade environment of the country? I think for me that's the hugest, biggest takeaway from today. So allow me to wrap up this conversation, invite the man who is spearheading the international trade negotiations on behalf of the country. He is the Commissioner of External Trade at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. He's also really one of the reasons we are here today. He has done tremendous work. So ladies and gentlemen, join me. Let's have a round of applause For Mr. Cleopas Ndoye, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. I know you are all tired or exhausted, but I believe it has been a wonderful day. Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary and the head of DFCKO, Trademark Africa, and the general, there is another general, I was told Ambassador Philip Idro was also made the Honorary General for Wealth Creation. We really appreciate you. We had one under the belt by Professor Kadieja. It's good. That table was a bit preoccupied. You didn't hear it, what he said. He said that we had said trade is a war, and sometime there was a war in trade. You were busy, you didn't hear him, but that's not true. I think we are on the right path. We want to appreciate every one of you, really, for giving us this opportunity. We do not take advantage of your presence here or for granted. We know you could have been elsewhere. We also want to apologize for the delays in starting, because the roads, I've been watching clips on the phone, it seems all roads in Kampala and around Kampala had been closed by the heavy storms. So what I'm going to do here is not do much, is only to respond to some of the questions which came out, which are specific to the ministry, maybe to just give some small, short answers. I will not go into recommendations because we still have a wrap-up, other 3 panels tomorrow. We will make those final recommendations as we also close tomorrow. I liked the statement which was made by Isaac, who gave our keynote address. He said that we talk about market access, but we must have market presence. It resonates with what a gentleman called Pascolami. Pascolami was the former Secretary General of the World Trade Organization before the three of them. There was one in between, the one who is a Nigerian now. Used to say also that trade agreements make trade possible, but they are the countries themselves who have entered those agreements that make trade happen. What he simply meant is exactly what you have said, is that you can sign as many trade agreements as possible, even if you have the agreement, but if you don't use the private sector or the government, whatever system of governance you have, to implement those agreements, no one else can help you. You can sign them, but no one else can help you. So we are glad that we have our stakeholders here. On our part, we have signed the agreements, they were mentioned here, but we now need to make them happen. And how do they happen? We need to see trade happening between and among our countries. They talked about commercial attaches. My minister, Eble, talked about that, and we already have the budget for that come next financial year. And another thing, as I close, I don't want to take much more of your time, which has come out very eminently, is publicity and information dissemination. Professor Lamwaka is a professor. When she said she has heard it for the first time, I said, if the professor is hearing it for the first time, what about the people in the grassroots? Someone in Bukomasimbi, in Kisoro, in Kabale, in Arua, in Hoima, wherever, the people in the grassroots, have they really heard anything? This is a professor who is always maybe on TikTok, on all the journals, but she's saying she has just heard of the. So it shows you that we have a lot to do as a ministry to disseminate and let the information get down to the people that need it. And to that end, I want to tell you that we have also put together plans to do what they call business clinics. In the business clinics, we will call people like this in a room. We will have all trade facilitating institutions, URA, URSB, UNBS, National Environmental Management Authority, name it. Anyone who has a role to play in someone starting and doing a business will be in that room. So that if you have a problem with the environmental assessment, impact assessment, NEMA explains why that is not being done. That way, as Mr. Msoke said, if you talk, that is when you will be what? You will be assisted. And we are working, then there was a question also in the morning regarding chambers of commerce. We are moving to make a big Apex Federation or whatever the name, by whatever name, but to bring together all the other associations, because if you deal with too many associations, we don't have the resources, we don't have both the time and the personnel, but if we have one umbrella under which the advocacy and the lobbying can be done, it makes our work much easier for us as government to support you and achieve our role in service delivery. So I just wrapping up what we did today. We've done 3 panels. We have 4 tomorrow. But thank you once again. We hope, I don't know whether it will rain again tomorrow, but I think the rains are finished in the heavens. Because the way it rained today, I don't believe there is a balance in heavens. So we'll be here. We invite you all to come back and we proceed. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Honorable. Really, you are indeed, the time you have spent here since morning, it shows you are the general indeed. I can see General's hand up, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to supplement on the Apex body. This gentleman, was it Alan? Is he still here? Who was saying trade is a war. But it is a war that once it reaches those levels, you have to hand it over to those who fight with bullets. It's because you don't fight with bullets. Have you heard about the very many associations of traders here? Kasita, there is the other one from Katwe, there is another one small scale or something, there is the women something, and that one is what? Huh? Tailors, imagine tailors only. Now, and others. If I am to meet all these small groups, when will I do policy work? And so, someone talked about organizing yourselves so that you have a voice. At the moment, you don't have a voice. Kasita started as one, you all know. It was only one group there. Now, because they were talking with the government, some of the people would not be satisfied with what they take back and say, these ones have been bought. They also form theirs. Now there is a footer, there is a footer, there is fatua, there is arcades something, those dealing with arcades. Then there are those with the supermarkets. Imagine the confusion. Now this one wants the one of herbalists. So now government will talk with which one, when and what, over what. So when we through this, what he's talking about, we want to bring you together there, so that you are a confederation, because you say the one that is there is not working for you, otherwise Kasita wouldn't be there. So that you are a confederation of all these industrialists and traders and commercialists with one voice. Then you can walk into the room and talk to government. As one voice, you will have sieved all your problems and then bring them to us. Then we see which ones are tactical to be dealt with who, which ones are operational, and which ones are strategic or require policy review or something like that. Otherwise, you make our work very hard when you come into small groups. That thing is full all the time. The boardroom. What is this one? These are carrot traders. What is this one? These are... So please, I want to mobilize you to support government so that we come up with this board. Already, some private sector individuals or groups are already fighting us. Even hearing that we are coming up with a paper to cabinet, they're already fighting it, so that the Ministry of Finance doesn't give us, what is this letter they call? A certificate of financial implications. It's the only one holding us now, because some people are interfering there behind the scenes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you have helped me say some things I cannot say on the podium. Thank you very much. You said we should be candid. Yeah. Thank you very much. So you have heard it from the horse's mouth, the Honorable Minister. So that's it. So let me wrap up like that, and thank you, development partners, again for the work so far. And we know the Waganda says to Sima Bwongerwa. I'm not making closing remarks, but me, at least as the technical head, of this department of external trade with my colleague, let me introduce also to you my fellow commissioner, whom I have been working with closely, Commissioner Zake. He's in charge of what happens internally. If he does not mobilize the internal, if you cannot compete internally in internal trade, forget competing externally. Forget, because if your own people cannot buy your products internally, you think other people, when you send them out there, they will buy them? Maybe you send them to some other countries, which I will not mention. But so thank you very much. With that, tomorrow we'll be here again. We'll make the recommendation and have the official, so please, official closing, please be here with us. Thank you so much. I hand over back to Paula. Paula, thank you for moderating us so well. We are grateful for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Cleopas. All right, so we've come to the end of our day one for the Trade Review Conference, and I hope you've attained as much value as I have, or even more. So as you head out, there's a coffee and tea area. Please grab something, grab a snack, grab some tea, grab some coffee, and then prepare to be around tomorrow. Just to highlight that there's going to be 4 discussions tomorrow, and I think they are very important discussions. There's a few questions that haven't been able to be answered, especially when it comes to financing. Please make sure you come and be in the room tomorrow while that is addressed. I'll also remind you, there's a QR code. Please put it on the screen. You can actually be part of the policy formulation for national trade policy. So please scan that QR code and leave your thoughts. It's important that you are included in the formulation process. But remember, if you refuse to be included, somebody said earlier, you don't complain about what you have not, had input in. So yeah, there you have it. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll just get up on our feet, have a word of prayer to close. I'll invite our lovely Brexiter from Trademark Africa to just close once again in prayer, and then we shall head out. Let's get up on our feet and honor the Lord while we close. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. I think she's our resident prayer.
Thank you, Paula. All right, let's humble ourselves for our word of prayer. Lord God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the discussions that we've had today. We thank you for all the productive discussions we've had, the panels. Father, we pray that as we prayed at the start, that the Holy Spirit shall come upon us and grant us wisdom and guidance. We pray that, Lord, that whatever we've discussed shall be according to your will and benefit the nation. We thank you, Lord, for all the people who have gathered here today, and we pray that, Lord, as we depart our different destinies, you will guide us and protect us. We thank you, praise you. In Jesus' name we've prayed.
Thank you very much. Please feel free to have some coffee and tea on your way out. Thank you.